CNJ's Epic Quest. CNJ's Epic Quest. CNJ's CNJ's Epic Quest. CNJ's Epic Quest. CNJ's Epic Quest.
Hey everybody, welcome back to D&J's Epic Quest. I am Derek, and alongside me I've got...
Jarza Arlong.
Awesome, and today is a pretty big deal. We've got one of our longtime patrons here with us. We've got Damien, or the Rock of Faces, with us. So it's pretty cool to get to put a face to his name and get to chat with him here. So
Did you just make that up?
yeah,
was
it's
nice.
just like that's
Very
kind,
nice.
kind of a pun there. So Damien, we're glad you could make it, and we're looking forward to doing this chapter with you. So anything you want to tell the Malazan world that listens to us, puts up with us?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on the episode. This is really cool. I'm looking forward to this. I don't know where you got the whole Rock of Faces thing. I never said that. I told you the correct one from the start, and you just invented that. So I just want to throw out there that was your creation.
Oh, shit, really? Oh, man. Well, we're
For
putting us on
2
the spot
years
here.
we've been doing this the wrong way? Okay, well, maybe we can correct that then.
I feel dumb.
No, I'm just giving you shit. It's fine.
Well, what was the correct one?
Faces in the
Well, Faces in the Rock, obviously.
Oh. For the Rock, yeah. Well, we're off to a hot start today, so.
Okay, fixing it
No, but
right now.
no, this is great though. I've been listening to this podcast for a long time now, and it's weird because I've listened to so many episodes now. I was thinking about this the other day. It's kind of like if you were in a room with two people who were hanging out for days and days, but you're not saying anything. You're just there listening to all their conversations. It's kind of like that,
Yeah.
It's weird because I feel like I kind of know you guys, even though I obviously don't, and you don't know shit about me. So it's weird.
That's fair. I feel that way on some of the podcasts that I listen to and that I like. I feel the same way, so I know where you're coming from.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, I'm psyched to do this. This is probably, I don't know if it's my absolute favorite, but it's right up there. One of my favorite chapters in the Book of the Fallen. So
I'm going to wonder if it is particularly the end of the chapter that has got your intrigue.
there was one scene that originally made me pick it, and then when I was rereading it for this, putting together my notes and stuff, I realized that there's actually a lot of things about this chapter that I like stuff that I had even forgotten was in the chapter. It'd be fun to talk about. So
All right. Well, I look forward to it. I know that that episode isn't out yet, but in our last episode, we talked about you coming on and knowing that this was your favorite chapter, being
Or
able
one
to
of them
finally,
anyways, yeah.
Well, right, yeah, one of them, being able to finally move on to that chapter was not, I wouldn't say anticipatory, but you were excited. You're like, oh, chapter 9's coming up. I want to read this, So, but anyway, we'll move on to our patrons here. We've got Jan the Picker, Luciana Intrigan, Ryan the Topological, Damien, Face in the Rock, Nate, Fiddle Me This, Shield Anvil Dylan, Calvin, He Who Witnessed, Livia, the Malazan Potato, Aaron, Mott Irregular, Scott, the Only, Graceless Passion, Dead Smell, and Argestriant. So thank you, everybody. Damien, thank you for being here.
Yeah, dude, this is going to be a good time here. We're glad you're here.
I almost didn't make it.
Yeah. Did you guys just get dumped on with snow then, or what happened?
No, it wasn't that. It was more it was a little more than we thought, and the sky opened up with a ton of rain after, and we had to go do more than we thought because it's going to be a pretty big freeze coming up. So we just couldn't just leave certain things be we don't have a ton of customers for our plow list. It's smaller than our mow customers, but we just wanted to make sure we didn't leave anybody stranded, anybody who needed us. So
Gotcha.
just
Gotcha.
ended up being a longer day than we thought.
You're out in the Boston area, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
In the suburbs, so close by.
Well, you had to make sure all the hockey players could get there for the Four Nations Cup, I suppose.
That game
If you
last night.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I saw the highlights on Twitter and everything, but I didn't. I haven't watched any. I've only watched college hockey this year, so a little different here. We'll actually skip the epigraph because we're going to have Jim from Fantasy for the Ages. He's going to do a dramatic reading for us, and we'll just insert that in. We'll try that out for a little bit and see how that goes. So,
House of Chains, Chapter 9, Epigraph. At night, ghosts come in rivers of grief to claw away the sand beneath a man's feet. Gadani I saying.
Justin, you're ready here for your first section.
Yeah, let's read it. Let's read it. The twin long knives hung beneath a Karen headdress on one of the shop's corners. There was a table with obsidian objects looted from a local tomb, each one newly blessed from some gods. Kalam stood examining the objects before spying a tall screened cabinet. Kalam got the attention of the hawker and asked what the merchant had inside of the cabinet. The merchant asked Kalam if he was a reader of the deck and if the assassin could smell the chaos. There are decks in there, and they have all awakened, and all of them are in flux. Kalam responded and said that the decks were always in flux. The merchant replied and could see the surprise on Kalam's face when he said that there was a new house with vast power. It trembled to the very root of the world. Kalam was in disbelief and speculated that it was another imposter cult, as small as they may be. The merchant quickly scanned the market before telling Kalam that he didn't deal with those. He is loyal to Dryjana. He explains that the deck permits no bias. The merchant asks how this could be true. He explains that there is a master now that commands the deck, and that the master hasn't denied or sanctioned the house. All the readers and the patterns all suggest that the house will be sanctioned. Kalam asked what was the house and who sat on the throne. The merchant said that it was the House of Chains. And as to who ruled the throne, well, that didn't really have an answer. But he knew the throne was cracked. Kalam asked if that meant the crippled god was in ownership of the house. The merchant agrees with Kalam. The assassin speculates that the other ascendants were assailing the house constantly then. The merchant told Kalam that one would think that, however, it is actually the exact opposite, and it's the House of Chains who is doing the assailing. He asked Kalam if he would like to see these new cards. Kalam said that he will do this later and asked to see those poor knives hanging from a peg in the corner. The merchant, reaching up to grab the knives, said that those were not poor knives, as they were owned by a Pardu ghost slayer. Kalam said that the knife wasn't Pardu. The merchant told the assassin that he had a keen eye, as it was Wiccan. From the Crow clan, Booty from the Chain of Dogs. Kalam asked to see the other blade. When the merchant unsheathed the knife, Kalam's eyes widened in recognition that this blade was infused with Otaterel and likely belonged to someone important within the Crow clan. The merchant resheathed the Otaterel blade and taps the first one he displayed. He asked, how does one challenge Otaterel? Answering his own question, he reveals that it was simple, and it was done with elder magic. Kalam stated that Wiccan magic wasn't elder. The old man explained that the crow warrior these knives belonged to had a friend, pointing to a mark on the knife's handle. The knife was larger and made Kalam think that it could be a Fen's or Thelum and Toblakai's. Worse, he knew whose mark that was. Therefore, knew the man that had invested the weapon. He wonders what strange cycles he's caught himself up in. Kalam knew there wouldn't be any bartering for the weapons, so he asked how much. The merchant said that it would cost 1,200. Kalam threw a small pouch on the table and watched as the merchant opened it up and looked inside. The merchant said that there was darkness in these diamonds. Kalam replied that it was the shadows that made them so valuable. The merchant said that this was true and said that half of the diamonds would suffice. Kalam commented that he was an honest merchant. The merchant said that, yeah, this is true, as loyalty pays. Kalam said that the loss of imperial trade must be painful. The merchant agreed, but said it wasn't more painful than how it was here in Gijanispan. Kalam asked why. The man replied that everyone was at Birdies, or Briddies, not sure how to say that, the old mountain fortress. Malazans were chased from their positions in the Panpotson, Odin, and Erliton. Kalam asked if they were still holding out. The merchant said yes, but not for too much longer. Grinning from ear to ear, he grabbed his newly purchased weapons and told the merchant good day. The assassin then walked down the empty streets. Kalam thought about the two Wiccan long knives, both owned by the same person. They were complementary in some sense, yet the difference in weight could cause issues if used at the same time in a fight. To offend, the heavier weapon would have equated to a dirk. The design was clearly Wiccan, meaning the investment was either a favor or made as a payment of some kind. He thought to himself if he could think of a Wiccan who could have earned that. He thought Coltane, but he only had carried one knife. He thought to himself he had only known more about that damn Theleman Toblakai, but Belladin was dead. Thoughts of the crippled god in the House of Chains. He calls Cotillion a damn fool, as he was there at the chaining, and Kalam said that the rope should have killed the crippled god right then and there. Kalam wonders if Belladin was there at the chaining as well. Kalam then curses himself as he forgot to ask about the Bardu Ghost Slayer.
So, Damien, Justin and I text a little bit about this.
Yeah.
But these knives, and I, at first, and now even after listening to you read it back, Justin, it makes more sense to me. But I was listening to the Horse Frog podcast, and I was on chapter 6 of Deadhouse Gates, and they talked about like Kalam breaking his knife. And I'm like, oh shit, maybe somehow, this is his knife. If he lost it or broke it or whatever. But, Kalam is surprised looking at these, so it wouldn't make sense that they were his.
Right, there would be recognition there. And then when I went back and read the end of chapter 6, it was he broke his blades fighting some Diver wolves.
So that was something I was thinking I was going to ask, like, were these Kalams or something? But I don't think so.
It might be that he's just merely replacing the ones that he broke, and that's
Sure.
why he's maybe interested.
That was my assumption, yeah, that he saw two knives and those are his preferred weapons. So
Yeah. I guess the first thing that I kind of called out in this, I guess, kind of unusual opening chapter, I thought it was funny that Erickson decided to not reveal that the customer was Kalam, even though we all know it was Kalam right away. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I was just like, okay, we all know this is Kalam, but maybe some don't. But when the merchant or hawker is like, yeah, this new house with vast power, it trembled to the very root of the world, it just kind of brings me back to Memories of Ice with the, I guess that's just kind of a play on words in his infection with Burn, to the root of the world. Ha ha ha. I just thought that was cool.
Yeah.
Nice little throwback. But this was interesting, though. I always thought that in Memories of Ice, the crippled god and the House of Chains, is that meant that the crippled god was like the king or the head of the house. But it kind of, I don't get the sense that this is the case, because there is no one knows who rules the throne. And so my guess is it's just like the crippled god owns the house and he's just waiting for people to rent it, is kind of the way that it kind of makes sense in my mind. Like, he doesn't have any occupants, but he's obviously doing some assailing on other houses and warrens, as we know from the last book. I don't know. I guess that may not be right or wrong. I don't actually really know. Maybe Damien, you could offer some insight there, but that's kind of what I got.
yeah, if you remember, in Memories of Ice, we have a few characters who are being recruited to join the House of Chains.
Yep.
So there's the roles are being filled, and there's some uncertainty about who knows who's in which role, and how many people actually know the crippled god is involved with it. things like that. So I feel like that's kind of like, depending on who you ask, some people might know about it, other people might just hear rumors, but like we're seeing again things that have already been talked about in the last book, and now we're seeing a different side of it.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Gethel and what's his nuts? The douchebag fell through a hole. Yeah, Calor. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
And then I think there was a mention in the last.
He fell through a hole.
well, yeah, Quick Ben put him in one.
Yeah. So just the way you worded it made me laugh.
The douchebag who fell through a hole. Yeah. Yeah. It seems so like obvious that like it's one of those things where it makes you second guess yourself, just all of the mysteries that are the crippled god. But I feel like a lot of things did get revealed in the last book. And so as to your point, now you're seeing like a different side of this, but I feel like there's just something there that I'm missing. And I want
Oh, there is.
There we go. See?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all very purposeful. Like everything ties back in again, and you get different events and different points of view for certain events that recontextualize things over and over. So like you'll keep learning about certain things, and you realize that even the second or third time you learn something about that event, you still didn't have the full story.
Yeah, which I'm loving. I'm digging it. I like learning that. Oh yeah, the House of Chains is sailing everyone else. I'm just like, oh yeah, that totally explains the multiple schemes that he's got going on with Burn and the Edur, and I would imagine to the extent of the faces in the rock. So when the merchant asks Kalam about the new cards, I got a little excited about this. Is because I thought he was going to show Kalam the deck, and I wanted to get like maybe a good description of the cards based on I forget his name, starts with a P. The guy in the beginning of the Memories of Ice who designs the cards. He's got cancer testicles. Fuck is his name?
You sure it started with a P?
I'm pretty sure it started with a P.
I don't think you're right on that, Justin.
You say for Memories of Ice?
Moonig.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know why I thought P. Okay. But yeah. I just
Munich, yeah, whatever.
I wanted to see Moonig's rendition of the cards because I know that he was basically tasked with designing them. So I got a little excited, but it's okay. Eventually, maybe.
Kalam said he'd come back, so maybe we'll get to see that. Maybe.
I don't know. I think he's heading out in the desert at this point. I don't know if he's coming back. That's just me.
I think I actually kind of like the way the scene plays out, partially because of that, because I feel like for a character like Kalam, he's not there for something like the Deck of Dragons. So while we as the reader might find that cool, it's not in character for him to be like, oh yeah, I got to see all those cards. He's there to get some knives, and he finds what he's looking for, and everything else. It's not that it doesn't matter, but that's not his main purpose in being there.
Right. That's true.
So I feel like it's realistic that we don't see the cards in that scene.
That makes sense because in Dead House Gates, he asks for a reading from somebody.
Right.
That's legit. Okay. I'll just stay excited for that moment when that happens. And then, of course, obviously they're talking about these two knives that he's picked up. One is Otaterol, and the other one, which I'm assuming is the whole conversation around whether that blade was invested by, I'm going to assume, Belladin at this point in time. I'm not sure whose these blades that they could be, right? Because you've got one that is Otaterol, and then you've got one that is invested by somebody, right, with elder magic or what have it. Who exactly came upon these blades within the Crow clan? The characters that I can think of off the top of my head are Bolt and Sormo Enath. Coltane obviously was already deduced, but do we know at this point in time who these blades belong to? Was there a very brief scene in Dead House Gates where these knives made a very small appearance and we just overlooked it or missed it? is probably a Damien question more so than anything, but
Is there a read and find out?
yeah.
As far as I know, based on my knowledge, which doesn't, I've only read the Book of the Fallen, so I don't know anything about the Esmond books. I'm waiting to read those until my friends catch up with me, and I haven't read Protagonist, so I can't speak to anything in the other series. But from what I recall, I don't remember any obvious scenes or anything that tell you like directly who these might have been, whose knives they might have been or anything like that. And as far as I can think, I actually don't even know if we get an answer to that. It might be a thing that's just not fully explained.
Justin,
Yes.
let's pin it. And if we get to talk to Mr. Erickson again, we can ask
Okay.
if there's an
So-
answer.
Yeah, you should. That's pretty cool. Another thing, while I'm thinking of it too, the two knives, right? The one that's invested is the Otadero blade, which the guy selling him, the hawker here, he explains that the reason that's possible is because it's elder magic. So normally with something like Otadero, you couldn't have an investment from normal or non-elder sorcery. But this particular knife is something even beyond that. So another thing to keep in mind.
I thought for whatever reason he was talking about the other blade as like in order to counter the Otadero blade, this one had to be invested with magic or whatever. So
That actually might be a better reading of it. I don't know. Now that you mention it, that's possible. I didn't read it that way, but maybe.
because I remembered thinking the same thing, and then like when I reread the chapter, he like points out the Otadero blade to Kalam, and then he taps with the Otadero blade, the first one, and then starts talking about the elder magic. That's what made me think that. I don't know if that's like 100% right or wrong. Yeah, that is not Pardue, the customer growled. Owned, I said. You've a sharp eye indeed. They are Wiccan, booty from the chain of dogs. Let me see the other one. The old man unsheathed the second blade. Kalam Makar's eyes involuntarily widened. Quickly regaining his composure, he glanced up at the proprietor, but the man had seen and was nodding. Aye, friend, aye. The entire blade, also black, was feather patterned, the inlay an amber tinged silver, that amber taint alloyed with Otadero. Crow clan, but not a lowly warrior's weapon. No, this one belonged to someone important. The old man sheathed the crow knife, tapped the other one with a finger, invested this one. How to challenge the Otadero. Simple, elder magic. So that's kind of what makes me think that he sheathed the Otadero blade and then pointed at the first one. So, but I guess, I don't know, I could be wrong. Community, do your thing.
Yeah, now that I'm reading it, I'm more confused. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you're right. I don't know. But either way, the whole that he points out the difference, that it's elder magic. I think that's worth noting.
Right, yeah. I mean, if the most you take away for those that are listening that are like first time is that one of the blades is infused with elder magic. If that is the scenario where one blade is Otadero and the other is invested with elder magic, or even if, as you were saying, Damien, I guess it works in both sense. If there's one blade that used elder magic to invest Otadero, is that what you were saying?
That's how I read it. But again, I'm rethinking that now that we've talked about it more.
See, this is what this shit does. I swear to God, Damien.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you talk with somebody about this, and I'm sure that you talk to your buddies who are not as caught up to you, but Derek makes me think a million times the different way every time we talk about at least something, whether it's small, huge, and I think that's just the magic of two people reading books created by two people. I don't know. It's almost like you're vicariously living through those conversations when you read these books. On to my point, for whatever reason, these blades, whether that's like your perspective, Damien, or mine, it reminds me of Haboric Hands a little bit.
Oh, okay.
He's got whatever this jade alien thing, infused with from what I remember at the beginning, or not the beginning, but in Dead House Gates, to Terrell. I thought it was a weird, maybe coincidence, but it kind of felt like with Haborik, you had like either one hand that was like predominantly Otaterral and the other one was Jade, and they were like fighting each other, or it was, one hand or one arm had both the Jade and the Otaterral fighting with each other. I would have to read it, but that's loosely what I remember from Dead House Gates.
Justin, something I want to bring up. Damien, have you listened to Billy and Kamran on Malazan Brotherhood?
Yeah, I think I'm behind. I think I have not quite finished their Dead House Gates episodes, but yeah, I've been listening to that one. That one's really good too.
Okay, so I've been listening, and I guess depending if you're close to that, you've probably heard this. I don't know if you remember it or not, but Justin, this blew my mind. So they were talking about the Jade statue, and Kamran did some like rough math to figure out how big this fucking thing is.
Oh yeah, I heard this one.
Yeah, you remember this? This is wild, dude. So they, assuming his math is correct, and so like this has got to be like a ballpark number at least, but they figured that the finger that's sticking out of the sand
Yep.
is like 300 feet, I think, in diameter, if I remember that he said. So then he did some extrapolating, his calculations, whatever. He figured that statue is like 9,000 feet tall.
So it's like buried in there. So like crash landed buried
at
in
like
there.
Mach 15. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it was like 1.8 miles. I don't know if you remember listening to that, David. I was listening to that the other day coming home from work, and I'm like, oh my God. I figured that thing was big, but I didn't think it was like that big. So it just like blew my mind. And sure, there's probably some like margin of error in there, right? Like still, that's insane.
Yeah, and I think if you go back and read the scene, there's enough detail there to actually, I think, basically prove that. So it's crazy to actually, the more you visualize it, with that in mind, because the first time I read it, it's hard to wrap your head around what you're seeing, or what the characters are seeing. And then when you start thinking about it in terms of the relative size and the part that's exposed versus what's not shown, and yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Derek, do you think it's the Kobo Khan from Wheel of Time?
Do I think it's the what? I didn't hear what you said.
The Kobo Khan from the Wheel of Time.
The Choden Call?
Yeah, the Choden Call. Thank you.
I think that's what it was. No, I don't. Sorry to burst your bubble there.
It's okay. You burst it all the time. Okay. Anyway, moving on to like the mark of the blade. And Kalam kind of points out that he's recognizes who it belongs to. But I think what was cool is just he notices the craftsmanship and is kind of in disbelief as the hand that would have made it. And it made me think that it was somebody with a larger hand, i.e. like a Tobokai, Fen, Teblor, whatever, that type of race, very intricately making this like, mark on this knife, right? So I thought it was cool how Erickson, kind of accentuated that. Granted, that's just mainly me as an artist geeking out about that kind of stuff. So last thought here, shadows in the diamonds. I don't know what all that is all about, but it piqued my curiosity. I feel like if this has been mentioned before, I don't remember. So I want to say that this is kind of a first time where, I don't know where to go with that.
Well, I assume this is. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But I assume these are the same diamonds that like turn into that demon later on.
That's what I thought too.
So maybe, I guess this merchant doesn't have the whistle or whatever to like wake him up, but maybe there's another way. I don't know.
That's gotta suck though, right? Like you're essentially a genie trapped in diamonds, right? And it all depends if the owner has a whistle or not. Like just think about like if you were to know about like whether they have a whistle or not, like you'd be pretty damn fucking pissed.
Unless he can whistle with his fingers to do it, I don't know.
Stuck inside a damn diamond for the rest of your life. Eternity.
Oh, dude, I just remembered, what that thing was now. Like, I was thinking of the demon, and now I remembered more of the details about it.
Wait, what?
The Aslan.
Yeah, what about it?
I've kind of forgot about like what they were, what
Yeah,
the demon was that like inside those diamonds. So
yeah, he's got a pair of some things for sure.
nothing I'd want to be waking up out of a diamond. So
That's fair. Yeah, I guess Kalam seems to equate it to Bellarden, which kind of aligns with somebody that he may or may not have known to create the sigil, right? And then has given it to someone within the Crow clan as like a payment for a favor or some kind, or yeah. I'm curious as to where that goes, but Damien, you kind of made it seem like the knives don't really come back into conversation. Yeah.
Again, I'm not 100% on that. I was just trying to think based on what I can remember, and I've only read each book once up until
Okay.
my reread. So it's possible that there's something that came up that I don't recall.
That's fair. Where are you in your reread?
Well, technically, I should be at the start of House of Chains, but I read a lot to catch up with you guys. I'm betraying my friends right here because I was supposed to be waiting for them. So
Gotcha.
this is a betrayal of the highest order. I'm sure they'll do nothing about it and laugh.
Well, I mean, we did witness, so we will just make sure to keep our mouth shut.
witness.
Witness. Now I totally get it. It's funny because, like, before getting to House of Chains, you would see Witness peppered in random things in the community. You're like, what the fuck is that all about? And now you understand.
Well,
Kind of, for sure. Yes.
there's more to it. You'll see. There's a lot more.
Well, that's good.
It's about as clear as mud right now. Then I mean, we know something, but
All right. Well, that's all I had for that first section. Like I said, it was interesting as to how it opened up. Erickson's like late reveal of Kalam. But yeah, just that whole interaction, kind of reinforming us as readers what's going on and kind of progressing Kalam's bit further.
anything you want to add, Damien, before we move on?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting in your way first.
No, go for it.
All right. I had a couple things on this first section. When I was trying to think about, like analyzing this chapter and how to break it down, in a lot of chapters, including this one, I think, Erickson will really put the themes and the main focus of the chapter on display in the first section. And then you'll see echoes of those same things for the rest of the chapter in each section, whether it's more one or the other or whatever. So for this chapter, I picked out 4 things that I think are really focused on throughout the whole chapter, including this section. And they're pretty obvious, but I think the more you think about it and look through the other sections, you'll keep finding these repeating a lot. And they're the twin knives, snakes, shadows, and cycles. And those just keep repeating throughout the rest of the chapter. So, as we get to the other sections, I'll point out more because I was really looking for it once I picked out those 4. And I kept surprising myself even, like, again, just things that I didn't recall even being mentioned in the chapter. Little details. Some of them are really, they're almost like, you could be like, well, no, you're making that up. I don't think that's a thing. I don't know. I think there's something to it.
Where was
All right.
snakes mentioned in the first section?
On the serpent design on the knife.
There we go. Okay. Nice. So you're saying that that's kind of more or less the theme with every chapter?
Not necessarily every, but I think in a lot of chapters, right in the front, it's front loaded. You'll see him really set up some things that he's going to talk about in the rest of the chapter. Sometimes it's really direct and you'll have characters talking about it, or it'll be like something obvious that's like happening in the plot. But other times it's kind of more obscure and it might even be something that only gets mentioned in the epigraph or something like that,
And this is something that like you've noticed, or did like somebody?
I'm sure if somebody else has noticed it long before me. I tried to think about how I would look at the chapter, like in terms of breaking it down, since we were going to talk about it, because
Sure.
I can easily just go through and pick out a bunch of stuff and be like, that's fucking cool. But I wanted to talk about it on another level, obviously, like beyond that. So
Very nice. I don't know. I would imagine it would have probably have taken me a very long time to figure out that pattern. So
I'm also, I'm on a reread, so I'm reading the book with a different eye, and I think that's part of it too. These kinds of patterns have been jumping out at me way more reading these books for a second time, which is, that's what a lot of people say. It's like rereading the books, but it's also like reading an entirely different series. because you're seeing everything so differently.
Right. Yeah. I would imagine that you have a general sense on like the beats of like the major things. And like now you're really focusing on those things that transition to or build up to. I mean, you kind of get that sense in this book too, you know, with at the end of chapter 4, when you find out that Karza is Thelam and Toblakai, right? Like everything that was Dead House Gates just slaps you in the face because you're like, oh my God, I remember the majority of things on how I felt about this character. And so now when I imagine that I would go back and eventually do my Malazan reread, when I'm done with this in 20 years, I will, remember, hey, Helaman is Karza, right? So now I will read him as Karza in Dead House Gates.
Was it last chapter that had all the snakes when Karza? Okay, I was trying to think like, oh, was that last chapter or was that this one? I didn't quite remember.
No, last chapter was the Omen. The chapter before that was with
Chapter 7 was the one with
Oh,
is that the scene where he's with Felison Younger?
Yep. No,
yeah.
with Karza's with Shaik Reborn, and they're talking about the book of Dry Jana, which is just death and destruction.
Okay.
Kill, 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 you know.
Now I'm trying to think like I don't know if I remember snakes going. I definitely wouldn't have picked up on that. So that's cool, man.
Oh, real quick, I like this, and I think it's a great way to start the chapter because personally, I like any scene where we get a character shopping for like weapons or new gear or stuff. Like I love that. I'm a sucker for that. And I guess I was wondering if this was one of the things that they had originally gamed out. You know, like if this was a scene that had been played out by them on the tabletop game. You know, did this actually happen in their game, and that's why he wrote it in here, or I was curious about that.
Didn't Erickson say everything after Dead House Gates was gamed? Or was it Memories of Ice?
I'm not sure.
Remember.
I know in some of the interviews I've seen with him, he talks about how certain events were like directly taken from their gaming and other things were kind of adapted. And then certain characters he just invented for the books. So I don't know where this would fall on that spectrum. You know, like, was this something that happened or not?
I could see it being a roll of the dice, though. Like, does he buy him? Does he not? You know?
Right.
Then it makes me wonder how is it going to change the rest of the story if that role went the other way?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's not in this book, but there's one event in particular that Erickson talks about. He said that it really could have gone either way, and it did come down to one roll, which is interesting.
Huh.
But I can't really tell you anything else about that. So
I learned the other day that we have 3 chapters in this series to look forward to that were longer than the one in Memories of Ice, the last chapter there. So don't know if there'll be live streams for those. Probably not. But
no, never again. Never again. 9.5 hours.
Justin's got PTSD from that.
I think I do, just a little bit. That was a lot.
yeah, I don't think I had too many more specific points about this first section, other than like, I had a couple other things where it was like direct references to the first 4 things that I pointed out. Like Salam himself, even, he asks like, to himself, what cycles am I striding into? There's that awareness of it, but also the feeling of inevitability. Like he knows he's caught up in something. He can't really get out of it because he's there with a purpose. He's on a mission. So he's got to do what he's got to do, but he doesn't like the whole feeling of it. He senses that something about it is, he's in over his head already based on the feelings he's getting. That was how I read it. Like he's noting that he's, again, striding into the cycles. By doing it knowingly, I feel like that's a different attitude than just blindly walking into something that you don't know anything about. He might not have all the facts, but on some level he's aware that he's entered into something.
It's kind of like walking into a trap, or knowing you're walking into a trap. Yeah. Well, I will definitely be reading going forward the chapters differently with that comment in mind, Damien. Looking for that type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think, again, based on stuff that I've seen Erickson say, heard him talk about, I feel like his word choices and the things that he puts in a chapter, it's never accidental. And the more I think about that, the more it's got me reading differently.
I know there's been a few instances where I picked out like a specific word. I'm like, well, that seems very intentional. And I can't remember. There was one not long ago. I can't remember what it was. Justin's trying to think about it. Yeah. I don't even remember what chapter it was in. It was in this book, but
I feel like it was chapter 7.
I have to dig back. I know I made a note of it on our document then, but I just can't remember at this time.
Hmm.
There's evidence somewhere.
That's all that matters, right?
Right. Anything else, Damien?
No, I think I covered most of what I wanted to say.
Awesome.
All right.
Hell yeah.
We'll move on to section 2 here. The road leading out of Gdanispan had been worn down to the cobbles. The siege had been going on long enough. The small city was starting to starve, and it was probably worse for the besieged. Britis, like you, Justin, I don't know, had been carved into the side of a cliff, tunnels dug deep into the stone where spring water flowed. Kalam had only ever seen the city from the outside, as it was abandoned long ago, which seemed to suggest the springs had gone dry. The Malazans holed up in the city were probably starving. Kalam walked the road as dusk settled in. There was no one else on the road. Kalam figured any supplies from Gdanispan wouldn't leave until dark, so the animals wouldn't have to deal with the heat. Kalam had left his horse in the Shadow Realm with Cotillion since he needed to be stealthy. That and Rariku was hard on horses. On top of that, most of the water sources had been poisoned in preparation of Tavor's army. Kalam had the realization that the land itself was under siege and the enemy had yet to arrive. Shaik had brought the whirlwind in close, which made Kalam think she had some fear, unless she was trying to fake Tavor out and draw her into a trap, into Rariku where her power was strongest and her soldiers know the land, while the adjunct did not. Kalam thought there was at least one man who knew Rariku, and he had best speak up when the time came. Night had come, and the stars were above Kalam. He sweated with the weight of his supplies, even as the air cooled. He crested another hill and saw the fires from those laying siege, while he saw no fires from the cliffside. Kalam kept walking. I don't know. I don't think I had anything on this section. I did have a thought, Justin. I had a thought, and you said to save it for this, and I guess now kind of feels like the time to bring it up. You guys maybe have to help me out here. So we've got the water from that other realm that's like flooding wherever. Do we know where that's going? I guess
What
like
do
we
you
saw
mean?
we saw the water in the prologue, right? And
Yep.
and then we got Onrack and Trull walking along like that wall. There's breaks in the wall where the water's like it's breached, right? And it's flowing to somewhere else.
It's flowing into the realm, like into the city is what I imagined.
What city? I guess I'm not sure if I understand.
It hasn't really been revealed yet.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if you had any ideas. So I've had this I guess I don't know. You call it like a gut feeling or something. I don't know, and I don't necessarily know that it's going to happen in this book. This feels like maybe it could happen later on too, if it happens at all. But I just have this feeling that Rariku's going to flood. Like we know it used to be an ocean at some point, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's I don't know. I feel like it's going to return back to that state.
Like it
At
goes
some
back
point.
to its roots.
Sure.
Hmm.
I don't like there's it's like I said, like this definitely like it's not a spoiler, like I've seen something, like in Dead House Gates when I knew what was going to happen to Duiker.
So, what made you think this? Where are you getting this theory?
Just like in Dead House Gates, I remember, they talk about how like they found like fossils, right?
Yep.
Of like starfish or whatever the fuck it was. I don't even remember what it was. But then and now in this book we've got like water going somewhere. We don't know where yet. I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. I don't know how to explain it any more than that.
Okay.
All right. Should we take the beard bet on that?
Fuck no, I'm not growing a beard, dude.
Come on. Take the beard bet.
No, dude. No, I don't know. Like there's just like something in me that tells me like maybe maybe it won't be as big as it was before, but that it's going to become some body of water again. I don't
Gotcha.
know.
I think that the Rariku and the sea conversations that we're getting, the ties to marine life, even in the last chapter in chapter 7 when Horik is talking to Leoman, and he notices the paintings on the walls kind of are like squid-like or whatever you want to call them. I think that is just more like ancestral in design than it is premonition or foreshadowing, if that makes any damn sense. I don't think that you could be wrong. I just think that like the way that he has designed Raraku is more of ancient history, ancestral, whereas what you're kind of talking makes me think foreshadowing, and I'm not getting that sense, but I could be wrong.
I just think like, well, it's kind of like a big deal. Like if an ocean just disappears, right? Like obviously it happens in like our world, like, you know, a lot of North America was underwater for a while, and we know that Seven Cities has got quite a long history going back thousands of years or whatever. But I mean, if it used to be underwater,
So are you saying that like what has flooded the Nascent realm used to live on Raraku or in
No.
Seven Cities?
no, I'm not saying that, but I'm just wondering, like, what if that water ends up there somewhere?
Gotcha. Fair enough. Possibility.
Going for the long con here, the long game.
Yeah.
I don't know. Way out of left field, Justin. Way
No,
out
that's
there,
okay.
so.
We haven't had one of those in a while. Usually
Yeah.
it's me who has those.
Those are the best theories, the ones that are just like way out there.
But it's just kind of been one of those things, like it's like been gnawing at me, like, and I haven't talked about it before, but I've been thinking about it for a little bit. I'm like, well, what if it happened?
I mean, they do personify Raraku quite a bit, especially in this book. And whether there's something there or not, I guess I'm undetermined at this point. I feel like it could go either way, but I feel like that would be a nice way of like giving Raraku what it wants, right? Like where it used to be, how it was. I think it's just kind of going back to what you point out a couple of times is like this nature versus what not nature, that we got at the end of the prologue where Trull's like, yeah. So I feel like there's a lot of that, and Karza's just like, well, Raraku has survived many a whirlwinds, which I think at that point is just Karza's way of saying sorcery, storms. There's a lot of double meanings when you say those three things.
Well, dude, what if that's it? Like maybe the whirlwind is holding back the water. I don't know. That gets defeated and flood.
All right, we'll go with that.
You heard it here first.
Unless you're not listening to us.
Right. But I think that's really the only thing I had. I don't know what you guys have on that.
I guess, Damien, if you want to go, you can go before me. We may or may not have the same points.
Okay. I only had two little things on this one. This one is one of those ones where I feel like somebody might give me like a weird look and say, really? But for me, like I noticed this. How is the road described that Kalam takes out? It's a winding road, which kind of looks like what?
A snake.
Yes. And the other thing was, I just thought it was interesting that there was a note about him leaving his horse with Cotillion. And I just thought it was really very deliberate of Erickson to note that. And I think it's one of those things we see over and over again, that characters in this series, they really care about their animals, their horses, whatever it is. If it's something that they have to take care of that helps them, we see a lot of these characters really treat them with a lot of respect. And here we're given the reason that, on top of the fact that, it says Kalam needs to be stealthy, he's got to sneak around. Also, the desert is really, really harsh on the horses, so he doesn't want to bring his horse. And I just thought that was a great detail to throw in.
But it makes sense. I mean,
put those two together. I mean, it's there. It's like in your face.
if you have good tools, you want to take care of it. You don't want to just beat the shit out of it and have to buy another one. Get something good, take care of it, it'll last.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of touched on it a little bit, but, Kalam states that he has this realization that the land itself was under siege and the enemy had yet to arrive. And that under the siege part goes back to the conversation with Karza and Felazan, or Shaik Reborn, about Raraku being alive, and kind of my comment about it withstanding many storms or whirlwinds, aka sorcery. Again, kind of another nod to like that nature theme that we've been noticing throughout the book.
And what else is cyclical, or can be, Justin. Now I'm seeing what Damien's saying. Nature can be, right?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yes, it can.
Yep.
I'm surprised you didn't make this comment, Derek. I thought for sure you would have mentioned or talked about this, about Kalam thinking that there was at least one man who knew Raraku and best speak up when the time came.
I don't know if I just thought, I guess I would agree that it must be Strings or Fiddler.
That's what I would think too, because he, from what I understand, chased Quick Ben and Kalam across the desert, as we found out in that flashback from Memories of Ice.
I guess I just didn't think to make note of it, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
This is what Justin has to put up with. A simpleton.
it's okay. I missed it the first time I read it too. I'm like, who the fuck? Who would be in? Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, but then when I read it again, I'm like, right. That, and he was there when Fiddler asked to rejoin Tavor's. He wanted to go back in the Malazan employ. Nice, quick little section. Like, this one is not as quick, but not as lengthy, or a little more lengthy. Kalam finally reached the besiegers' camp. Observing the layouts of the items strewn about, Kalam studied the situation. He observed that there were about 500 besiegers, many of them originally part of Malazan companies, but born or from 7 cities. He realized that it had been a while since an assault on the tower took place. He had been spotted, but the alarm was not raised. To the besiegers, he was just another local there to kill Malazans. As a merchant in the city had suggested, the attackers were getting impatient and were preparing for one last push. There was an air of dissolution that even the camp could not hide. Kalam thought to himself that the fires have cooled here, so they can move on with their lives. You could make out a small circle of sappers being yelled at by what appeared to be a Malazan lieutenant. The sappers wandered off as Kalam approached. Kalam saw the Ashtok regiment on the helm of the lieutenant and thought to himself where they had been stationed. He was disgusted to learn that they had not stayed loyal. The lieutenant addressed the assassin, asking if the man came to see the Malazans get their throat cut, and asked for Kalam's name. Kalam gave him a fake Bargas-sounding name. After some formalities, the lieutenant introduced himself as Captain Iris, and Kalam had some thoughts about the lieutenant's contradictory status of command. Instead of voicing his thoughts, he asked the lieutenant captain when the attack was to start. The lieutenant captain replied that it would start tomorrow, and he was glad to see some eagerness in Kalam. The lieutenant points to a balcony with a narrow entrance and tells the assassin that this was their plan. There were only a handful left up there. Kalam chimes in and says that a handful is all they would need. The lieutenant captain made a condescending remark and then informs Kalam that they have a mage that has recently arrived, and she was going to blow a bigger hole for them. Speaking of that mage, she was approaching the pair as they spoke. She introduced herself as Sin. As she approached, she asked Kalam to keep the Ototero blade that he had recently acquired at bay, telling the lieutenant captain to ask Kalam to step away. The captain's eyes seemed to be upset, and then asked where Kalam had come by something like that. Kalam said that he had taken it from a Wiccan he had killed while he was on the chain of dogs. Iris asked if he was actually there. Kalam observed the doubt in the man's tone and body language, and Kalam assures that, yeah, I was on the chain of dogs. He saw hand gestures all around him. A chill ran up his spine as he realized that they are worshiping the chain of dogs. Iris asked why he was not with Shaik and her army then. Sin stepped in and called Dom and Relo idiots and can understand why someone would desert their armies. She laughs like a crazy person, and Kalam wonders if this bitch is sane. He replies that he doesn't mind or find killing amusing and wonders what she is doing here, killing fellow Malazans. Her face angered, and she said that she had her own reasons, and then asked Iris to talk in private. Iris tells Sin in a moment and turns to Kalam. He explains that he wants them taken alive, especially their commander, a fella named Kindly, as this was a personal matter for him. Sin, while waiting impatiently, said that Kalam, with his Ototero blade, could make quick with the mage holed up in the fortress. Iris said that Kalam would be the first into the breach. After a thought, Kalam said that it wouldn't be his first. Iris left and joined Sin, and the pair walked away. Kalam watched and thought about Captain Kindly and how he's never met him, but his reputation as captain was that of the meanest kind, and also stubborn. Kalam thought that he would be perfect, and he could use a man like that.
This section, I was trying to think about it, and I was like, where do we find? Is there a snake in this section? And to me, snake is Sin. You don't know it yet, but what we find out later and what's revealed is,
Well, and even Ira's too, right? A little bit of a snake and switching command.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Also, yeah.
I was thinking of Sin and Kindly just as kind of like a little bit of yin and yang, just based on it, strictly off the names.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. Well, I guess my first thought is just like it never occurred to me. I feel like earlier in the book, in Karza and Torvald Nam's parts, there was a few comments about some of the Ashtok regiment being, native to Seven Cities. And so when this part came up, I'm like, okay, mutiny, right? So we know that Ashtok ended up in Irliton based on some of the end of the chapter 4. And now we kind of know what has happened to them since the Chain of Dogs. So I guess that was kind of cool in like a really small, detailed type way. Just like, we know where they started, then we know where they ended up. And being that some of them were from or raised in the Seven Cities, they obviously took the rebellion side and mutinied.
Why not?
Right.
Mutiny to get up. That's all I got.
Kalam kind of thinks to himself that the fires have cooled. I'm wondering, do you think that that is him reflecting on the present situation? Or do you think that he's talking about not only the present situation, but the rebellion as well? Would you say at this point that the fires have cooled as far as the rebellion goes? Damien, feel free to chime in if you would like to, or Ken.
I don't remember which section, if it was in this section or another one in the chapter, but I think there was some mention of how there seemed to be a general sense of they just wanted to get it over with. Not so much that they were really invested in the conflict anymore.
No, it was this section. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was what stood out to me, the idea that it's like it's almost performative, like they don't even really have the heart for it anymore, but you can't desert.
Right.
So
right. They just want to rip the Band-Aid off, just get it over with. And I would imagine that, the Chain of Dogs being killed was probably a pretty big win on the rebellion side, even though, did they win? I mean, I feel like they got outplayed and outmatched the entire time. Tit for tat, I guess you could say.
it's an interesting question, and also in this section we see blessings for the Chain of Dogs. And that's coming from people who were their enemies.
Right.
So, again, speaking to what you were just saying, that series of events from that book is still, it's living in the minds of the characters as much as the reader. And, you get the sense that there's a momentum behind that. And, perhaps like you were saying, it's sort of, even if in terms of the actual fighting, the rebellion had some sort of an advantage, maybe the morale took a hit by the way things ultimately went down.
Right.
And the fact that now we have people talking about Coltane and the Crow Clan and talking about, how amazing they were and speaking their legend everywhere people go.
Yeah.
How much time has, since the end of Deadhouse Gates to this point? Is it a couple weeks? Is it months? I guess that part is a little uncertain to me. How far past that happening are we in terms of time?
I don't remember.
I want to say it was 2 weeks when Tavor, when we were first introduced to Tavor in this book, she had been, I could have sworn there was a small statement about her being only had arrived like 2 weeks ago or some shit like that. 5 to 6 weeks, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I would imagine, I mean, Tavor, even though I don't really think she's that interested in recapturing Maruku, I think she's hot on the trail for her sister. I think that needs to focus on making sure that the Malazans don't lose the very crucial part of the continent. So they need to get to work quickly, thus the sense of urgency and training in all these new recruits that we saw in the last chapter and all the disorderly stuff and the omen and you know what I mean? So I would imagine that it's not a huge amount of time between the end of Deadhouse Gates and when
That's
we
where we're
first
at now.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about your question, like this specific moment of the rebellion, and to me, maybe it kind of matters, like how much time has passed, because like we saw Corvolo Dom, like he's still ready to go, he's still jacked up to fight, but maybe
Yeah.
the rest of the common foot soldier is maybe not all that jazzed up about it. They're like, oh, we just did all this marching and shit. Like, let us take a break here.
Right. Well, I think that like they're in this weird pocket of the Malazans haven't really been able to respond, but they were managed to accomplish thwarting them. I mean, you had a whole train run through the desert. The cities were overtaken outside of Aaron, right? That seems to be like the last standing city that the Malazans really have like unique and complete control over. I think they're just kind of in this like pocket of, well, the Malazans haven't retaliated yet. So can we just go the fuck home? Like, can we just finish this up and can we go about our lives? I want to get back to my family, right? Like,
Gotcha. Yep. I don't disagree.
Going back to the worshiping of the chain of dogs, and I know that's like I think a comment or two later, but to me, it reminds me of what happens near the end of the chapter, and it's a little scary to me because isn't it giving it power by worshiping the chain of dogs? It's being idolized, potentially worshipped by Seven Cities natives. If that develops into a thing, right? Like, what could potentially be the consequence of that?
An interesting thought, Justin.
Just saying.
Those are good questions to be asking.
Okay. I will put a pin in it then.
Yeah. Actually, most of the time when you see somebody talking about blessings or things like that, it's usually not just a random detail.
Good to know.
I think another thing that you can see that in is the stuff with Paran as the master of the deck, and people are trying to seek his blessing because it actually means more than just the words.
Right.
There's something behind it.
It's to come into existence, right? So I chuckled. This was kind of like the comedic moment for me in this section. Is just the lieutenant captain is talking about their plan, right? And essentially their plan is just storm this balcony up here, but like the entrance to the tower is super narrow. And then Kalam is just like, you're fucking dumb. This plan is stupid. Like, they only need a handful of people because as soon as you try to pile into that, you're dead. Easy peasy, right? Everyone's just trying to pile into a tight space. So I'm like, just Kalam and the way that like he stoically responds, just a handful is all that is needed. It made me chuckle.
Like shooting fish in a barrel, man.
No.
You crowd a doorway, not good.
Exactly. I also kind of like when Kalam calls out Sin a little bit, like, oh, killing fellow Malazans, and then like her face gets a little pissed. I thought that it was a nice little jab calling her out, even though she is Malazan, kind of revealing her snakeness a little bit, but also kind of like prodding the lieutenant, like, hey, you used to be Malazan.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they tell him that he's going to be the first in, and we get the good old Bridge Burner's motto there.
Yep.
And then the last thing is I just went, I wonder what exactly he's got planned for Captain Kindly. I know that he wants to take him into Raraku for something. I just don't know what. Those cycles he's caught up in.
I guess I don't have any ideas.
I'm not sure either. I really don't know.
It's supposed to be hard, Damien, when you know this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. It's mostly just not saying things.
We appreciate it. As much as we may give you some shit along the episode about not saying anything. We
Oh
really
yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about this introduction to Sin as a character? You know, like of all the ways we've met characters so far, this is kind of a different one. You know, we see Kalam meets Sin, and right away he's kind of testing her, like you said. He's prodding her about attacking the other Malazans, knowing that she's one of them, and you know, so like you know, as far as meeting a new character, what did you think of this?
I don't actually know if I really had any specific thoughts.
That's fair.
I remember like being curious as to like what she's about, but I think that as we go through the chapter, it makes sense. And so maybe that's why I may not have any specific thoughts, is because whatever thoughts I may have had were answered pretty shortly thereafter. So,
Right.
Yeah, I don't remember having any specific thoughts about the meeting either. And just as we went, I thought she's a little strange.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, in this scene, Kalam, he marks it right away. You know, he says her mind is broken. So,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
I didn't remember that.
yeah, I interpreted that as being a crazy bitch. That was that part.
yeah.
You,
Yeah, just-
seem to write it in a nicer way, Justin. So good job.
Just trying to modernize it. That's all.
Oh. I'm sure the women out there appreciate that.
Now you're making me feel bad. I'm sorry if I have offended anybody.
You look like you're mildly apologetic.
Just mildly. Is there a reason why she's crazy?
Trauma?
But that really hasn't been like revealed yet.
I mean, no, not really.
I
But-
mean, there's obviously some separation that happens. That's kind of the only sense of trauma that I'm getting at.
well,
but
I think she does talk to Kalam about it at some point, doesn't she? In a later section, doesn't she? Don't we get a little bit of her backstory?
I think in the next one, but I don't remember specifically. She was like separated from her brother.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you're.
There was a little more to it. I'm trying to remember. Let me see if I can find it.
Fael killed her family, right?
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
that's what it was. Yeah. And that's basically she tells Kalam that that's her motivation, is she wants to get back at Fael.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like that's the most basic answer to your question.
Oh right, yeah, because Kalam has a meeting with Rouleau and Dom. Now I remember.
Makes sense.
So
Yeah.
so why is she crazy? Because her family was murdered.
That's pretty fair.
Okay, I feel bad for calling her a crazy bitch. I apologize.
Thank you.
All right, well,
Anything else there?
not for me. No.
No, I
David,
don't think
you got
so.
anything else? No. All
Nope.
Section 4 here.
This one's double long.
Was this my big long one here?
Yes.
Snake.
Double snake.
All right. We're just, some 14-year-old boys here, so
We've received feedback about this
Good.
in our immaturity, but
it's been a while. Yeah.
it has.
We can be tasteful when we need to be. All right. Kalam found an empty tent to stash his gear. The tent was empty because the latrine pit had worked its way outside it. He put the stench out of his mind and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was dark. He dressed himself so only his eyes were uncovered. He edged his way around the latrine pit and found the scaffolding unguarded. He thought Iriz was probably a bad lieutenant and now probably a worse captain. There was a sorcery at the base of one of the towers and Kalam froze. After a moment, he settled down to watch. Sin went from fitting to fitting. When she finished with one tower, she moved to the next. There were 3 in all. Kalam rose up and stepped near her, drawing his otadral blade with a smile. Sin turned round, and as realization struck her, Kalam raised his hand with the knife and sheathed it, telling Sin she played in a nasty bed of snakes. Her eyes went wide as she said she wasn't sure of him and still wasn't, and asked who he was. Kalam said he was just a man, coming to do the same thing she was doing, weakening the supports for the towers, but he would leave one in good shape. It was Malazan made and in the best shape. Sin said they were then in fact allies. Kalam mentally noted that she was very young. He told her she had done well and was skilled a skilled mage. Before he could finish his sentence, she said she was still learning, and for now it was only minor magics. Kalam asked who her instructor was. She answered Fael, but he is now with Corbolo Dam. But it was Fael who killed her family. They were hunting her down too, but she slipped away and Fael hasn't found her. Kalam asked if this was revenge. Sin said this was only the beginning. She wanted her, but she needed soldiers. Kalam asked if she had been in touch with the mage, with Captain Kindly. Sin said she didn't have that skill. Kalam didn't understand why she thought they would join her cause. Sin said one of the sergeants was her brother. Well, half-brother, if he still was alive. Kalam said he would be her first ally. They would work together. Sin asked why. Kalam said Fael was with Corbolo Dam. He had a meeting with Corbolo Dam and Camus Rouleau, so they would work together to convince Captain Kindly. He could tell Sin was relieved. She had been alone on this quest so far, needing help but no one around she could turn to. Just another orphan for the rebellion, Kalam thought. He thought of the first time he saw his 1,300 children and how he accidentally saved them. He thought their faces were the true horror of war. They had been alive when the birds came for their eyes. Sin asked what was wrong, saying he appeared to be far away. Kalam said that wasn't the case. He was actually closer than she would have imagined. Sin said she was almost done with her work she needed to do. Iriz and the soldiers won't be worth much come the morning. Kalam asked what she had planned for him. Sin said she wasn't sure. She was hoping he would be up towards the front and killed quickly. Kindly's mage wouldn't go near him. They would leave him for the crossbows. Kalam asked about the hole she was going to blow into the cliffside. Sin said it was only an illusion, one she had been practicing for days. She thought she could do it. Kalam said she had more planned than he did. He planned on a little bit of mayhem. Also, what did she do to Iriz and the soldiers? Sin said she poisoned them with Trulb. The healers had 4 vials. She just did this, so she doubted anyone drank it yet, beyond maybe a guard or 2. Kalam told her to wait here until he went and checked on the 3 guards he had passed earlier. They were spasming, had foam at the mouth, and blood leaking from their eyes. Kalam drew his pig sticker, knowing he would have to be careful because if he came into contact with their blood or other bodily fluids, he would suffer the same fate. Soldiers would be like this well past morning. They would either die because their heart quit beating or of dehydration. He stabbed the first guard through the eye, then repeated with the other 2 and cleaned his knife in the sand. Kalam would need to destroy the water casks. They might be enemies of the Empire, but they deserved better deaths. There was noise behind him, and he turned around, seeing a rope uncurl. They had watchers, he thought. 3 came into view with daggers and asked who the hell he was. Kalam whispered, saying he was a Malazan soldier, and asked if their mage was behind them. He needed his help. They told him the mage couldn't. Kalam cut them off, saying he knew his Otadral sword. He didn't need him to get close, only needed him to destroy the water casks. They didn't understand, saying they would just get more water. Kalam said they had another ally here, but she had poisoned the water with Traub. That's what happened to the 3 dead men on the ground. One of the men said they were wondering, but they deserved it. He voted to leave the water as it is. Kalam said they should take the decision to Captain Kindly. The man scowled and said that wasn't why they were down here. They were here to get Kalam, and if there was another, they would take them too. Kalam asked, what for? Did they want to stay stuck in the city forever? The man said they could leave any time. They had back routes, but where would they go? Everyone here is thirsty for Malazan blood. Kalam asked what the last news they heard was. They hadn't heard anything, but from what they could see, 7 cities wasn't a part of the Malazan Empire anymore. Kalam said they needed to talk. Get the girl they would go with on one condition, that the mage did what he asked, in the matter of destroying the water barrels. The man said it wasn't an even trade. They wanted to chat with Corporal Iriz. Maybe that was supposed to be captain. Kalam said he was now a captain. Oh, duh. That's right. Kalam agreed to the deal, but said he might be a little bit. They found Sin, and she was dancing under one of the towers. She said he took too long, and she thought he was dead. Kalam thought it was odd she chose to dance. He held the comment to himself and told her the 3 guards were dead, and he had talked with the soldiers from the fortress. They were even invited inside. Kalam said it sounded nice enough, so he agreed. Sin asked about the attack in the morning. Kalam said it would fail. He told her they can leave anytime, so they only need to convince kindly, and then they can be on their way into Raraku. He told her to follow him quickly and quietly. They returned to the other Malazans. They said the water was taken care of. Kalam introduced Sin to them. Kalam left them without saying a word and returned to his tent. He went through his bag, pulling out a pouch of diamonds, picking one randomly. Kalam looked into it and saw shadows within. He thought to himself, beware of shadows bearing gifts. He took his bone whistle Cotillion had given him and thought about the instructions he had been given. Blow hard and you'll awaken all of them. Blow soft and directly at one in particular, and you'll awaken that one alone. Kalam hoped he was right and blew softly into the whistle. There was no sound, but the diamond crumpled to dust and a shadow rose. It was as Kalam had feared. It was an Azalan. They were from the territory in the Shadow Realm that bordered the Aptorians. They were rarely seen and never more than one at a time. They did not speak, yet somehow Shadow Throne commanded them. It dropped into the tent on 6 legs but had hands instead of feet, with a wide mouth and bluish black hair. The demon smiled at Kalam as he thought about how to ask it to get Iriz, alive and quiet and meet at the rope. The Aslan smelled the latrine pit, flopped out its double dick, and pissed all over, marking its territory, I presume. The smell pushed Kalam from the tent, gagging. A moment later, the demon emerged and slipped into the shadows in the direction of the captain's tent. Kalam figured the pup must have read his mind. He held his breath and went back into the tent, got his pack, and headed towards the cliffside. He figured who would need Trull with an Aslan piss. A moment later, his tent was on fire. Kalam ran for the rope. There were shrieks and cries from the camp. Kalam made it to the rope and started to climb. By the time he made it halfway, there was a shape climbing the rock face, with Iriz tucked under an arm. The demon climbed effortlessly and made it over the edge of the balcony. Looking up, Kalam could see the balcony sagging and ripping away from the wall. Kalam's moccasins slipped as he tried to move to one side. Then he saw a long human hand grab the lip and held it in place. Kalam kept climbing and threw himself over the top. The Aslan was holding it up as the shadows shed from it like layers of skin. The vaguely human shapes ripped apart by the strain of trying to hold on. The balcony had dropped by a hand's width. Kalam jumped towards a recessed door where he saw a shocked face. It was the squad mage. Kalam yelled for him to relax. The demon was a friend. The mage grabbed Kalam's arm as the balcony fell away, and they tripped over Iriz's unconscious body. There was a loud boom as the balcony crashed to the ground. He saw Sin hugging who Kalam figured was her half-brother. One of the soldiers from earlier said the camp was all quiet. Didn't look like anyone was down in that mess. Looked like they all ran away. Kalam didn't say anything, but he had his suspicions. He thought to himself there was something about all those shadows in the demon's possession. The mage said his demon was a damn scary-looking friend. Kalam said it was only a temporary ally. The mage asked how temporary. Kalam said Iriz had been delivered. What was the plan with him? The mage said they hadn't decided yet. Sin said his name was Ulfus. Was that right? A Jenabak in Bargas name? Wasn't there a chief by that name killed in Black Dog Forest? Kalam gave his real name, saying he wasn't going to give it to Iriz, and that he was just a corporal. The mage said he heard he was outlawed. Kalam said that was just a feint by the Empress. Dujek needed a free hand, so to speak. The sergeant said his name was Cord, and it didn't matter if Kalam was telling the truth or not. They had heard of him. He introduced the rest of the squad. The mage was Ebron, there was Bell, and Corporal Shard. Kalam asked where Kindly was. Cord winced and said what was left of him, and the rest of the company was down below. They had lost the captain and lieutenant days ago. Kalam didn't understand. Cord said they fell down a well and drowned, or that's what Ebron found. He climbed down to investigate. It is a fast-running underground river. Kalam asked how they happened to fall down the well in the first place. The sergeant said he figured they were exploring, he said with a grin, exposing his gold teeth. He said he also still outranked Kalam, and if he wasn't outlawed, then he was still a soldier in the Empire. Kalam had no way to counter that. Cord said he would be attached to his old squad. He had seniority over Shard, so he would be in charge. Kalam asked who was all in his squad. Cord said the only one he hadn't met was Limp, who was downstairs with the broken leg. There were 51 soldiers in all in the 2nd Company of the Ashtok regiment. Kalam said the besiegers were gone, and while they had been stuck here, the world hadn't sat still. Kalam figured he should tell them what he knew, because if they stayed in this cozy little place, they would die of old age or perhaps drowning in accidents. Cord said he could make his report, and if he needed advice, he would come to Kalam first. But now they needed to get below. Kalam would need a leash for the demon and tell that thing to quit smiling. Kalam said he could tell him himself. Eberron snapped at Kalam, saying the Empire didn't need allies from the Shadow Realm and to get rid of it. Kalam reiterated that there had been changes, and he was still welcome to try and leash it, and he would give advice even though it wasn't asked for. All the weird shit stuck to the Aslan may not look like weapons, but he had killed over 500 rebels in the span of about 50 heartbeats. Did the demon do what Kalam asked? Now, that was the question to ponder. Cord asked if he was being threatened. Kalam said he had been working alone for a while now, so his skin had grown thin. He said he would take the squad, follow his orders, unless they were stupid, and if he had a problem with that, he could take it up with his own sergeant, Whiskey Jack. Other than the Empress, that's the only man he answers to. So for the time being, his services were available. Eberron said he must be on a secret mission, for the Empress probably, and he's probably back in the Claw. That's where this all started anyways. Cord said this was all giving him a headache and to get below. Kalam thought to himself he wasn't going to enjoy this, all while Sin danced. That was an interesting section.
Yes, it was.
Well, where do we want to start?
The beginning.
Well, I was born in 1987, Justin.
Keep going.
That's a joke from like the last chapter. Somebody was going to tell, God, what the hell was going on? They were going to tell a story, and God, I can't even remember who it was. They cut him off, and they're like, oh, not that far back, you idiot.
Maybe. It was maybe.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's right. What did I have here first? So, Sin. Yeah, I kind of wonder how much we'll see of her going forward. If she's going to be like a secondary character or anything. If she's going to... I mean, I assume she's going to stick around for a few chapters here at least, but I wonder if she's going to be like a longer-term character or not.
When I read that comment, I'm like, ooh, is Manala going to get jealous? Traveling with Kalam across the desert like she did? Granted, that was more the Imperial Warren, but...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she won't know.
Speaking of Sin, don't you think it's a little interesting that we just learned about dancing in the previous chapters, and she's dancing twice in this section?
What dancing did we learn about in the last chapter?
The assassin's dance.
Oh, nice catch.
And she was going to illusion a blast in the wall, which would mean that she's a practitioner of Minas.
And she is young, and they start that training pretty young from what I remember too, right? Like, interesting.
Just thoughts. I don't know where I can take that, but it's kind of pointing out to Damien's thing that you it's like the glass ceiling is broken. You have shattered it. Going back to like the shadow thing, Minas is a younger version or like a smaller version of Shadow. And so she's a practitioner. He's working for Cotillion. It's obvious that they should be paired up. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Could be a good catch there, Justin. Anything to add, Damien?
I had a slightly different thought on the dancing, but I'll get to it after.
Ooh.
Okay.
Suspense.
Let's see. My next thought here. Yeah, Sin saying like she's been practicing this illusion for days and she thinks she can do it. Like that must be reassuring. But I guess it turns out it doesn't really matter, I suppose. But
what do you think? Do you think she would have been able to do it?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe I think practicing in a controlled environment is one thing, but then you get the pressure of the actual moment and it's different. So yeah, I don't know.
So maybe, yeah, I mean, obviously she's somewhat capable on her own, but maybe we could say that Kalam showing up here might have saved her life.
Mm,
Yeah,
it's a good way to
very
look at it.
possibly. Yeah.
Maybe, because if her illusion didn't go off the way she wanted, wouldn't that have been a pretty dead giveaway that she wasn't who she said she was?
For sure. Yeah.
Interesting thoughts. I like that. Sin, yeah, they find her and she's just dancing and just. I guess I didn't even think to pair that with the dancing that we had learned about in the last chapter, Justin. So nice connection there, if there is a connection, but nice pickup either way. I just thought, I mean, yeah, it's definitely an odd thing. You know, if that's how she's dealing with her trauma of her family being murdered, then maybe that's just what clears her mind. Or maybe, like, you know, we saw before, she's practicing her assassin moves.
Right. Like Jim suggested in that episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was last chapter. That was chapter 8.
Where we had Jim. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but when Kalam pulled this bone whistle out, like the first thing I thought of was that whistle from the Solanda.
Mm.
I don't know why, like, I'm like, wait, what? It just threw me for a loop because I believe that one was a bone whistle as well.
I think you're right. I think it was, yeah.
And I'm not saying that that's what this one is, but like that was just where my mind went initially.
And on the Solanda, the bone whistle did what?
It controlled the headless,
The rowers, right?
the rowers, yeah.
Okay.
The name of this demon, the Aslan, was interesting to me because it made me think of Aslan from the Chronicles of Narnia. Just like the similarity in the name, and I know that's supposed to be like Aslan's like supposed to be a stand-in for like Jesus or God. I don't think that's, you know, this thing's a demon. I don't think it's supposed to represent Jesus or anything, but
No, I have a kind of left field theory about this that could be way wrong. I think maybe it could be Erickson playing around with names a little bit, kind of using the idea that a lot of these demons and types of demons have names that if you were to look up historically similar names or things like that, I think you might find that a lot of them are based on either old world deities or mythological figures. And I wonder if that's some sort of thing where it's like, you know, sort of like him not necessarily trying to directly put them in the story, but more it's like the idea that they exist too in the Malazan world, but as demons in these other realms. You know, like I said, that's kind of a left field, probably bullshit thing, but it's something I thought about. Because if you look into the name, the other one we've seen, Aptorian, yeah, I can't remember where I found it, but I was digging around a little bit, and there's something to that one that made me think that it might have been something he pulled out of a myth or some kind of an ancient religion. I'd have to go look for the source I found, but
interesting. I guess I'd be afraid of like coming across a spoiler, so I don't know that I want to like Google that. But
right,
it's
yeah, I
interesting.
wouldn't recommend it.
I don't think that sounds too far-fetched of a theory at all. I mean, we know, you know, as an archaeologist, he's probably in tune with all that type of stuff. So that wouldn't surprise me a bit.
So I actually have a little bit of a theory myself about demons. It kind of gets brought up a little bit later. You make mention of it, so I could talk about it now. I could talk about it then. It honestly doesn't matter.
Go for it.
In the chapter, it calls out how when the demon is holding up the balcony so Kalam can climb up, Kalam notes that there is some very like humanoid parts that look to be like connected together. And, you know, we've got this concept of soul taken and de-ivers, right? But we also have this concept of like each house or each warren or gate houses souls, right? And what if the souls are just de-ivers of those realms and therefore you have demons? Like those are what are considered demons, is that they are just the souls all like combined together in kind of like, I don't know, a reverse de-ivers process, you know, where you take many and make it into one. Like I said, it's a thought. Probably
Was this
not
what we
true
were
in any way.
texting about?
Huh? Yeah. That's
Okay.
what we're talking about.
I would say, as far as the nature of demons, that's a read and find out, but you will get answers.
Sweet.
Some of them.
I would imagine that they're not a huge part of the plot or the narrative.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you think of the plot. I mean, there is a central plot, but small actions of certain characters or certain things that happen can have a domino effect. So,
Okay.
not necessarily.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's all very interesting, and I think it's funny that we all have our different theories. So, yeah, I guess we'll have to see how that evolves as we continue to go on.
I've said before, we all read the same words on the page, but we come up with different things.
Yep.
Also, with this Aslan, dude, this thing scares the shit out of me more than I think the description of the Aptorian does.
Yeah, this one's pretty horrifying. I mean, the Aptorian is weird for sure, but this something about having just hands at the end of all its limbs, that's really weird.
Like I'm envisioning this like giant spider looking creature with 6 legs and just this big shit eating grin on its face. With like, yeah, dude, I don't know. It doesn't work for me. Where like the Aptorian, I kind of think of like a 3-legged like xenomorph, which like, I don't know. Those things don't they're supposed to be scary, but I love those movies, so they don't really like scare me, you know? I just think they're cool.
I laughed really fucking hard when I read that the first time. And I was in the middle of like my job. And my office is in the middle of a library, an upper school library, and I'm like reading your summary, and I just laughed real loud.
The double dick? Yeah, I didn't know if you would read that like before or not, because I don't usually read your summaries ahead of time.
You always finish before I do. I don't know if it's just like I'm so bad. I like have to summarize like, okay, if it's a long section, I'll do like half today and then I'll do half the next day. You know, and if it's a short summary, I'll be like, oh, I can crank this out today. You know what I mean? And then I just do it day by day by day over the week, but I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I mean, it depends on my sections, but yeah, I try to. It's harder, like when I got to run kids to work and pick them up from stuff. So, you know, I try to knock it out whenever I can. But yeah,
How long would you say you spend summarizing?
depends on the chapter.
Average.
This one was probably, I would guess 2 to 3 hours, maybe a little longer than that. I'd call it 2 to 4, somewhere in there. I don't know. I don't usually keep track, but it's like I'll get going. Like there's definitely burnout doing it for sure. Like I'm like, oh, I got one section left. I really want to finish tonight. And I'm like, I got to put this down. I can't keep doing this right now. You know, I'll come back to it, but it depends. I'm not sure if I like the longer sections better or the shorter ones. The longer ones, you know, it's like, oh, okay, I knocked out a good section, a good chunk of this chapter. But the smaller ones, like, okay, like I'm cruising here. But you've only made it through like 3 pages of the chapter. You're like, fuck, there's still like 30 pages left to go.
Or I have 10 more sections to summarize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, that whole thing is like a love-hate relationship for sure.
Yeah. All right. Just curious.
Oh, you want to hear? All right. You want to hear my dumbest thought on this chapter? You ready to laugh again?
Yeah.
All right. What we were just talking about, the demon with the 2 dicks. Okay. This is so stupid, but I couldn't help it. It made me think of, again, the opening words of the chapter. What were they?
Snakes.
No.
Oh.
The opening words of the chapter.
I don't remember.
You'll see.
The twin knives hung on the post.
Yeah. The twin long knives. That is my dumb thought for this one. Really stupid.
No, I mean, okay. Yeah.
There's
okay, though.
nothing there. That's purely dumb.
I'm sure he's always hanging his posts. Just kidding.
Dude, I think it's wild that I'm assuming that this piss was so potent that's what caught his tent on fire.
That's what I assumed.
It smells terrible, and it like he must be just like peeing gasoline, and then I don't know. There's a lamp in there, and that caught fire. I don't know.
I took it as it was his way of starting a distraction or causing disorder, because it seems like a lot of people reacted to the tent going up in flames.
Yeah.
True. I guess. Yeah. I guess I don't know why I thought this, but I guess at first I had a feeling that these shadows, you know, like when it said that like shadows were trying to hold the balcony up, I'm like, must be those kid shadows or something. But obviously, like I don't think that's the case because I didn't pick up on it like reading it the first time through. I didn't realize that this 6-legged spider thing killed all the people in the camp. I missed that until I was summarizing it. And I was like, what? He killed everybody? Because I know it talks about how there was like screaming and like cries from the camp. Well, I would be screaming if I saw this thing too. So I just didn't like think that it like murdered everybody in, 25 seconds basically.
I think that was the author's intention, is for that to be left to mystery, like a mystery until like the very end here.
Another possibility as far as the fire in the tent, I just thought about this. We get the description of how the Azalan has all these things strapped to it, and then there's the comment about how they don't look like weapons, but they are. So maybe that had something to do with the fire too.
Like they're coming with buckets and pots and pans to try to put the fire out.
No, I
don't know.
just meant like the Azalan might have had something in a pouch that it just pulled out and threw down the tent and just set everything on fire.
Oh, gotcha.
And the
That's what I
tent
mean.
was just like a starter.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah.
potent stuff.
I don't know. Maybe. Just a thought.
I think that's a good one. I think that's pretty much all the thoughts I had on the section. I don't know what else you guys had that you want to talk about here.
I feel
Why
like
did they go exploring down a well? I guess that's a good question.
I think the drowning theme comes back up again with the Malazan officers. So, I mean, I get it, but I don't get it at the same time, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, I'm wondering if there's something more to Kindly's death here, whether that gets revealed or not. Who knows?
I had a few things that I took note of. So
Yeah.
let's see. Okay. Let's see if I can find the exact quote. There's a sentence that I really liked of the description, and it made me go back to the snakes again.
Well, there was the word uncurl in here, I believe.
Well, there's a bunch in this section, but right at the beginning, here it is. This is talking about Kalam. It says, he awoke to darkness. The Campion was silent. Slipping out from his talaba, the assassin rose into a crouch and began winding straps around his loose-fitting clothes. And, so basically this is him getting ready to do his assassin work. But the language here is very specific, because it says he slips out from his talaba, which made me think of a snake shedding its skin.
Yeah.
The idea that he's winding the straps around his clothes. Of course, it's a utility thing. It stops his loose clothes from flying everywhere and getting in his way. But also, if you think about certain snakes, they have those bands of color around them.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So more snake imagery. And I get, it's a small thing, but I don't think it's accidental. How could it be? Obviously a lot of thought when the language used there. So I really like that.
I never would have picked up on that. But that is, I think you're 100% right. Like, he does not use a word like accidentally.
No. And then not long after that, we get he says to Sin that this is a nasty nest of snakes for her to be playing in. So that one's very deliberate. That's not even disguised. We're talking about snakes in the dialogue.
Right.
And then also the idea of, again, one of the things that caught my eye in the beginning was the mention of the twin knives. But I think beyond just the fact that we see Kalam buy the two knives and get those weapons, the twin aspect of it, the fact that they're a pair, is something that we see come up again repeatedly in the chapter. And in this in this section, we see Sin reunites with her twin and her sibling. And so then we see other things like that too. Like in this scene, again, Kalam doing his thing with the assassin gear and everything. So it's not just Sin who's here as the snake in the grass. Kalam is joining. So there's the twin snakes now. So it's just a repetition of the twin, the double. It's an aspect that shows up in more than one aspect. Another snake thing was Sin uses the Traub to poison the guys. In, I think it was chapter 7 of this book, we learned that one of the sources of Traub is from poisons, from snakes in Rariku. So the snake poison is her weapon of choice here. So leaning further into the whole snake thing. I just thought that was, like, again, pretty obvious when you're actually looking for it, but you could miss that on a first read or if you're just not thinking about it.
It checks both the boxes for us, I think. Me, for sure. I don't know about you, Justin. I've never caught that.
For sure. So. Well, and it's funny because, like, I was just while you were doing all that, so that's probably why I looked like I was not interested, but I was listening. But I looked up the symbolic meaning of a snake. And according to, just Wikipedia, right, it says historically serpents and snakes represent fertility or a creative life force. As snakes shed their skin through sloughing, there you go. They are symbols of rebirth, transformation, immortality, and healing. Okay, well, in chapter 7, we got Shaik reborn, pretty distraught because the book is all about death and destruction and nothing about how to, where do you go after that? And Tarza's answer is to create, right? And shows her the things he's been working on. Symbols of rebirth, right? Raraku, Shaik, transformation. Karza, he's had a pretty big transformation. Apslar, even as we read a little bit, has been having a little bit of transformation. Crocus to Cutter, it's another transformation, right? So,
Yep.
And snakes seem to be a pretty dominant theme in this book, not just even this chapter, but this book too.
Yep, I would agree with that. I think it's really interesting. You can almost, for any book in the series, you can take one of the major themes or a recurring image, and you could do a whole read through of a book just based on that. You could say, I'm gonna read House of Chains, and I'm gonna focus on every time a snake is mentioned or something that references a snake or an allusion to snakes, and you could probably write a book on just that. That's how much he layers in these metaphors and all the images. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I don't feel like that much. I feel like the more I read these and the more I look for this stuff, it's there. So that's what's fascinating to me, is that I just keep finding it. I feel like I'm a little crazy at first, but then I go, oh, wait a minute, this page on this section, it points to it. And, there's a quote over here that makes me think. So, it doesn't seem that far-fetched the more you start to connect things.
Yeah, that'll be crazy how much I feel like we've been gifted a treasure chest of knowledge here, because now when I read these chapters, I'm going to be looking for these things, which, as you were saying, don't usually happen until like a reread, when you actually have the ability to focus on it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to change things for us going forward, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I feel like there's no wrong way to read the books unless you're not paying attention. The right way to read them is to pay attention to something. And what that is depends on how you're reading it and who's reading it.
Right. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, here we go. I'd had one other thing, and this ties into what I was talking about before about my potential thought about Sin's dancing and the potential significance of it. But before I get to that, there was a part that I wanted to read. The part where Kalam finds out that Sin has poisoned the guards, and then we see him go to Murti kill them. I wanted to read a piece of that, and then I have some thoughts about it. It says, the three figures were spasming, writhing, their limbs jerking. Foam caked their mouths, and blood had started from their bulging eyes. They had fouled themselves. A water skin lay nearby in a patch of wet sand that was quickly disappearing beneath a carpet of cape moths. The assassin drew his pig sticker. He would have to be careful, since to come into contact with blood, spit, or any other fluid was to invite a similar fate. The warriors were doomed to suffer like this for what to them would be an eternity. They would still be spasming by dawn and would continue to do so until either their hearts gave out or they died from dehydration. And so the implication there is that Lamb's obviously doing them a huge favor by doing this. So he's going over to finish the job, but that's way better than leaving them to suffer this way. And then a little bit farther down, it says, after he's finished killing them, it says, then meticulously cleaned his knife in the sand. Cape moths, wings rasping, were descending on the scene. Hunting Ryzen quickly joined them, the air filled with the sound of crunching exoskeletons. So the thing that caught my attention here is, to me, what Erickson is doing here is he's using the scene right in front of you, and then the details in the background, they're sort of mirroring each other, and that's how he's reinforcing some of what he's trying to say, and it kind of gives you a hint into at least part of what he's trying to draw your attention to, I think. And in this one, what I thought was, we've seen in past books, every time we hear about the Cape Moths, when do the Cape Moths show up?
Death.
And their movements, because they're moths, they're very fluttery, and they dart about. they're always a sign of death, and there's something dangerous and something, unsettling about them, even though they're just these little moths that show up. And I think there's in other parts, even I don't remember if it came up in this section, but I think in the past when we've seen stuff about Cape Moths, they actually they swoop down and don't they feed on the blood of the victims or people are dying or something?
I do not remember.
Either way,
Justin?
it could be just that they're drawn to the corpses, but either way, they have this association with death, and and then here we get this description. We have the Cape Moths come down and blanket the bodies, and then the Ryzen, which are the hunting lizards, come in and swoop up and finish the job that was started. They come in and their part in this whole thing is to attack the moth. Basically, what we're seeing here is it's kind of, I don't know how else to say it other than to make it a little cheesy, but it's you remember in Lion King when they talk about the circle of life.
Yeah.
And so we're sort of seeing that
Cycles
mirrored here. And in a way, it's similar to what is happening with Kalam and Sin, because Sin has poisoned these guys, and Kalam's no, I just can't let them suffer like that. So he comes in and he strikes the killing blow. And what we see here, I think, is that, right after that description of the moths and the Ryzen is meant to kind of mirror that. That's what I took out of it anyway. I don't know. I liked that passage because I feel like it marks Kalam not just as an assassin, but as part of the cycle of life and death.
I like that.
Damn, that was fucking deep. I never would have gotten that. To me, it was just cinematic visuals.
I mean, it is really cool. Yeah, no doubt. I don't know. Something about the image of, he's walking away from these corpses, he's wiping his blade off, and in the background he just hears these lizards descend and start snapping up these moths. It's just sort of, it's like an accent on the last thing that we've seen in the section. We see him go and mercy kill, and then there's that little bit of life in the background mirroring it.
Yeah.
I really love stuff like that, and I feel like Erickson is so good at inserting those details in a way that, like I said, not only is it cool, but it reinforces his messaging for the chapter. And I think you can find those things everywhere you look in these books.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
There was more stuff that made me think of snakes. There was more than once Kalam is described as hissing. He hissed a warning to Sin, or he hissed a curse. So more snake stuff.
And then your dancing thing.
Oh, and well, right. So in this situation, if we're talking, as an analogy or, as part of the metaphor, Sin is dancing like the Cape Moths.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
She dances at the thought of Kalam's death.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Dang. That's again, not something I would have picked up. Maybe I would think now after hearing it, I'm like, well, that's something I think Justin would think, but obviously we didn't. So that's cool though.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much of that I'm just inventing, but I feel like I'm not. I feel like it's purposeful.
I think that's cool. No, I like that.
I thought so too. I think that was on my second time reading the chapter again, that stuck out to me.
Okay. So do you compare what you remember from your first reread and what you kind of interpret now?
Yeah, and it's funny because what happened, I realized, is that at a certain point during my first read through, I think I was so just excited to keep reading on that I think I kind of glossed over stuff that was really important at the time. And it's inevitable because you're getting so much detail. But now that I'm doing a reread, I'm like, how did I miss this the first time? It's right there. It is on the page. He's not even hiding it. But again, right. I think it's your perspective as a reader. What details catch your attention at which point, and how you interpret it comes down to what you're looking for. And when we're not trying to follow the plot as much, I think everything else falls into place. Because the plot itself can be very confusing. You're trying to track all these armies and the movements and the politics and, which city are we in and what's the name of that fortress? And just since you guys were asking about it earlier, I forgot to mention, I think the way I would pronounce the place is Beridus. I don't know if that's right.
I don't know why I want to say birdies, but yeah.
Just jump right into it. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say.
Just do it to it, Lars, as you like to say.
Tell me what movie that's from, though.
I don't have a fucking clue, dude.
Come on. Come on. Ben Stiller,
I'm not even sure I've seen this movie.
Heavyweights, dude. It's like Disney classic.
Was it on like the Disney Channel, like when we were kids?
No, it was a movie. It was a Farley Brothers movie, and it's like a fat camp. Kids go to fat camp. And
I
then
don't know that I've seen it.
you need to watch it. I'm pretty sure it's on Disney Plus. So I expect that to be done in about a week.
Well, you're gonna be disappointed.
Okay, whatever. All right, fine. A storm was hanging over the island of Drift Avali. Cutter told Apsalar to grab the till as he dropped oar blades into the water and stated that they could make it. Apsalar stated that the island would shatter the storm. Cutter asked how an island without any mountains could shatter a storm. She only replied that a normal island wouldn't shatter a storm. Cutter said, "Oh," as if he somehow understood. Apsalar's knowledge came from Cotillian's own, adding another layer in Apsalar's miseries. The god was with them once more, causing estrangement between the two. Cutter had told Apsalar of Cotillian's visit, and she got pissed at the god's recruitment of Cutter. A patron to the god seemed to have wounded her deeply. He admits that he was naive to believe that such a thing would have brought them closer. Apsalar was not happy about her own path, and this came as a complete surprise to the Daru. He assumed that she would have gotten pleasure from her skilled ability to kill. He compares his assumption to thieving, and how it was because he needed to steal, not because he needed to steal, but because he enjoyed it and was good at it. But now, Apsalar was telling him that being good at something didn't mean it was justified, or even that it was the path to take. He found himself at war with her. Granted, they were only weapons of silence and hidden expressions. He grunted at himself as the sea was growing choppy. He said that they could do with some shelter, but based on what the rope had said, it would be likely amongst the Tist-Andi on the island. Apsalar exclaimed that they were Animander Rake's own and left them there to guard the throne. Cutter asked if she recalls Cotillion speaking with them. Her eyes flickered to his, and she said that it was a brief conversation, as their master left them there, never to return. She explains that there are complications and tells him to look at the shore. He turned around to see that this was true. There was nowhere to park the boat, and they were quickly closing in on the rocky coast. The storm, or even the island, was beginning to make the approach hazardous. Rising and falling waves and fierce winds. Apsalar even brings up another concern, and that is of the currents. Cutter was able to see these whirlpools in the wake of the island as it drifted untethered to the sea floor. He said that this would not be easy. Apsalar swung the runner parallel to the shore. She told Cutter to find a low shelf so they could drag the boat onto it. Cutter thought to himself that this would take the strength of at least 4 men to do, but at least they would potentially make it to the shore. The currents tugged at the hull, and he could tell Apsalar was struggling to keep the craft steady. Cutter was unsure of how an island could float, but assumed sorcery was involved. He shouted suddenly as he located a small flat on the shoreline. Apsalar told him to get ready. As they drew closer, he leapt onto the shelf. He landed on the stone, and then it broke, taking him back into the water. The hull of the boat rolled over him. The currents yanked him down into the icy darkness, pulled by the currents under the island. Something hit him, a piece from the boat, following in his wake by the currents. He thought to himself that Apsalar was either riding the currents with him, or she had managed to get onto solid stone. All he had left was to drown. He apologized to Cotillion. He struck stone once more. The current pulled him upward and spat him loose and out. He gasped for air, filling his lungs with cold air. He called out to Apsalar, but received no reply. The sound of his voice left no echo. It just died. Choosing a random direction, he swam out. He quickly struck a stone wall and swam along it. He finally found a flat stone and struggled to pull himself onto it. Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped his shirt and lifted him clear and set him down on the floor. The Daru rolled onto his side. He expected to see Apslar, but instead he saw an old man, extremely tall, emanating waves of heat and light. His strength slightly returning, he sat up and then thanked the man. The man replied that Cutter's craft littered the pool and assumed that he would want some of that wreckage salvaged. Cutter twisted to look at the water, but could see nothing. He asked about his companion. The old Andi said that he arrived alone and that his companion likely drowned. Only one current delivers victims here. The others lead to death. He thought to himself that Apslar drowning would be an ignoble end for her. Then again, she wasn't immortal yet. He pushed that last thought away. The tall old Andi asked if Cutter had recovered yet. Cutter said how the man found him, or asked how the man had found him. The elder Andi shrugged and said that it was his task, and said it was time to leave. Cutter got up and introduced himself. The Andi introduced himself as Darist, but exclaims that they shouldn't delay as the presence of life risks his awakening. The Andi turned around and opened a door in the rock. Behind was some stairs leading upwards. The elder Andi said the remains of the craft are above. Cutter asked the man what would be awakened, but received no reply from Darist. If it took a while for Cutter to ascend, but once he did, they emerged onto a level hallway. Cutter asked if they were still beneath ground. Darist confirmed that this was true, but added that they will not go any higher as the island is being assailed. Cutter asked by who, what, when, where, why. Darist turned around and said that these questions were carelessly asked. What was brought Cutter to drift Avali? Cutter hesitated and lied that he had been sent by a scholar to study the island, who believed it was in danger and wants to seek the nature of that threat. After a moment, the Darist asked what the scholar's name was. Cutter said that his name was Baruch, and he lived in Darujistan. Darist cut him off and said that what lies outside of the island is none of their concern. Cutter thought to himself that Cotillion was right, and that was the reason why they were in this mess. Cutter blurts out to Darist what he knows about the island being sailed and that it was Rake who left them all here. Darist interrupts to ask if Rake still lived, and if Mother Dark's favored son was displeased with how they've handled their task, then Rake should come to the island himself instead of sending a mortal man. Darist states that Cutter wasn't sent here by some mage, and he must be a patron of the Lord of Darkness. Did Rake renew his claims to the blood of the Tistandi? Does he renounce his draconian blood? Cutter says he doesn't know, as he doesn't even serve Rake. Cutter admits that he's seen him in person once before, but that was it. He didn't have the ability to find Rake and tell him whatever it was that Darist wanted him to. The Tistandi studied Cutter for a moment and then turned around to begin the journey. Cutter found himself confused and feeling insignificant as they went further on this path. The arguments of Rake and these Andi were no business of his. The plan had been to sneak onto the island and remain unseen, just to confirm if the Tist Edur had found this place. What Cotillion needed that info for, Cutter could only guess. Cutter thought to himself that these were questions he should be asking. Crocus would have had questions. He thought that the new persona would allow him some freedom, but it seemed Crocus was the one who had been truly free. Misery has tainted his views, the true threat of grieving. He tells Darist to wait and explains if the island is assailed, his companion was likely above. Darist admits that they can sense presences, but it's only that of the Edur. He states that Cutter's companion has drowned, and there is no reason to hold out hope. Cutter's heart twisted inside. Darist said that death was not an unkind fate. It was simply that Cutter would miss her company, and that would be the true source of grief. Cutter stared up at Darist and said that he was a damn fool, and he was understanding why Rake left him here, and asked what he kindly shut the fuck up. He was just determined to not surrender to this grief, because that was what the Andi had done. Darist explains that Cutter's anger did nothing for him. He gestured to a set of double doors and said that there was a place for Cutter to rest, and what was left of the boat wreckage awaited inside. Cutter asked if he did not say anything about the battle above. Taris stated that there wasn't anything to say. They've lost. Cutter questions us and asks who was left. Taris explains that here, in the hold, it was only him that remained. But we will have company soon enough.
I don't know if this section's my favorite or if the next one is. But I liked both of these a lot.
Yeah, I think the last three are probably a tie for me.
Next one is definitely my favorite, section 6.
It's a good one. But this one I had a lot of fun reading too. Just I think some of it is like, I don't know, like the ocean freaks me out. So I couldn't imagine, like, I imagine they're in like this little canoe, you know, maybe something a little bigger than a canoe, but you're getting tossed around in this storm and you crash on this island and get pulled under the water. Like that freaks me out, but it was fun to read.
Right. Speaking of the storm, it was really cool to just, again, we never do it justice because it's really honestly too much to summarize. Just the visual of the storm hanging over the island, it felt like some type of natural burden. And it just, again, so much detail. The part where he comments about the island floating, but there as if like there was no anchor. From what I understand, all the way around the island is just like an escarpment of jagged stones. So there really isn't a way for you to land or park your boat. I think Taris says that there's only one way on the other side of the island to get on or some shit like that.
They didn't really say where it was, just that there was one, but they didn't find it.
Yeah, it's menacing. It's scary as fuck, you know? Like, there is no natural way that you're going to be able to get to this easily.
I did not imagine a scary island when we'd heard about Drift Avali before. I was like, oh, it's an island. It's going to be like tropical and nice, like a place I'd want to vacation or something, you know? Like, that is not that.
Not at all.
No. So, and I mean, when Paran visited the island, he was more or less inside of some type of inside scene, right? Like, you're not really, he was not outside, right?
When did Paran visit?
All right, you officially have to grow a beard now. You don't remember this? Come on. In Memories of Ice, when he visits the throne starts talking to him as he's like doing his Master of the Deck stuff. It's nearish the end. He visits.
I'm not remembering this. Maybe, I don't know. Nothing's ringing a bell.
Damien, you got any more details you could add to mine?
I don't want to say anything I shouldn't say, so I'm struggling to remember the exact scene. I know what you're talking about, but you remember what chapter it was in?
Oh, God, I have no idea.
Gano's, was that Drift Avali?
Yeah. The throne was begging. Oh, yeah, that's right. The throne was begging for him to bring Rake back. And then Rake was like, or Gano's was like, I have no idea where Rake is. He's disappeared. You know what I mean? I don't even know if he's alive or dead to answer your question. The throne basically tells Gano's that he's being assailed by the Edur. We found that out in the last book. So I guess
is that when they found like the dead Edur on the ground or whatever?
No. That was when they were traveling to Coral.
I don't remember coming here at all before. I know we've heard the name and everything, but I don't remember being here before.
So I'm just gonna go up to Memories of Ice. I'm not reading anything else. Using his powers as Master of the Deck, Ganos Paran found himself before the Throne of Shadow on Drift Avali. The throne speaks in his mind, calling out for the protection of Andamander Rake. It warned that the now corrupted Tist Edur sought the throne, and that its Tist Andi guardians had departed the island to lead the Edur away. It also stated that the Edur were now led by the Emperor of the Edur, the Tyrant of Pain, and the Deliverer of Midnight Tides.
I remember hearing that name, you know, because we're like, oh, cool, like another name for a book. I don't remember that at all being here. Okay.
The throne is basically calling for help. And Gano's is like, well, I don't know how to help you, buddy. Okay, all right, I'll move on then.
Sorry, glad I could help us revisit that. Because
yeah, absolutely. You still got to grow a beard. All right, so
no,
just Rockus Cutter has me believing that he's matured, but then goes around and does shit like this. To me, the way that I read this is the only reason that he agreed to do whatever he agreed to do for Shadow Throne is because he thought that it would have brought him and Apsalar closer together. And to me, that's like having a baby to fix a marriage, right? Like, you don't do that.
It works for a little bit usually.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm good. Earlier on in the book when we kind of caught up with Cutter and Apsalar, like he was saying some very like whimsical shit. And now it's just like, what are you doing, dude? It caught me a little off guard, and like I do this thing where like I like him, and then I'm like, you're an idiot, and then I like him again, and then I'm like, you're an idiot.
Well, he's still like a teenager, isn't he?
I know that maybe.
Or is he like a 20, early 20s maybe? I don't know.
I'm unsure of how I guess age is never really a thing that like I keep in the front of my mind when I'm reading. I'm just like, these are characters and they exist. But yeah.
I'm just saying, like, young people do stupid stuff sometimes, right? Like, not that older people can't either, but did we do dumb shit when we were, in high school and just out of there? Yeah, we probably did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Damien, how about you?
Hmm?
Just a saint?
No.
No? Okay. We've all been there, right? Like, we've all done dumb stuff.
I know. I think it's just my hope that Cutter stops doing dumb shit. I don't know. Like,
we wouldn't want to admit any of our wrongdoings in a public setting. I get it.
I mean, I can always edit it out. And then also, again, kind of banking off on this, right? Like, he's like, oh, well, Apsalar was really good at something. And just because she was really good at it didn't mean that it was justified or even that's like the path we should take. And that's like being really good at sex, but that doesn't mean I should be a porn star, right? Like, it's just kind of where that made me think of. So yeah.
Maybe you should be, Justin.
I'm good. No. Mm-mm. All right. Well, next, moving on. And again, kind of related to the two previous statements, but I just kind of get the feeling that he's not really looking out for her interests, but rather just his. And I wouldn't consider Cutter to be like a narcissistic person, but like this is definitely a narcissistic action. And actions have consequences.
Yep.
Which I don't think I made any special comment to it, but I think, one, I really hope that Apsalar is not dead. Two, if she is, I feel like it makes these three things extra shitty for Cutter. Like, these are the last things that like he thought of before everything struck.
I don't think she is dead.
I think she's ascended.
I just kind of figured that she was like somehow shielded, like Durist isn't like aware of her somehow or something.
Maybe. I think she did die, and I think that she ascended because, in the chapter where we are reintroduced to Crocus or Cutter and Apsalar, they are, again, kind of what made me think that Cutter has maybe matured a bit is he's having this like debate inside of his head about like what it is to ascend and how like nobody really knows anything about it. But it's often speculated that like you need to be afraid of death in order to do so. So,
but did you ever get the sense that she was afraid to die?
Not at all. I got the feeling that she's depressed as hell and probably does want to die.
I suppose if you're like actively drowning, though, I mean, that might be a time where you become afraid of dying.
Right. I don't know. I guess obviously there's a reason why we don't have any information about her well-being. So definitely a read on and find out.
Damien knows.
I do. Yeah.
Yes, he does know. It just feels a little too soon to me, but I could be wrong.
It does. And I feel like if that was it, if she did die that way, it is exactly like it said in the book. Like that would be an ignoble way to die. Just like But I also feel like I wouldn't put that past Mr. Erickson to do it that way either, just to be like, got ya kind of deal.
Right. Okay, so this is where like I'm a little confused, and maybe hopefully I'm reaching into territory where there may be explanations given to me by someone who has gone a lot further than me, aka Damien. So here's why is it that the Andi are guarding the throne? Is it simply to just keep the Eater from reaching it, or is it like another purpose? Because don't they have their own house? Like
I have an idea, Justin.
Go for it.
Damien, before you say anything, I have an idea. And I didn't
Go
think
ahead.
of this till you started talking. And I don't know why, Justin, like why I was going to bring this up at some point when we talked today. Why did we not think that there was a Father Light?
I know, right?
We had Mother Dark. Why did we not think that there's a Father Light? Or even if we used a different name.
I made that comment last night or the night before when I was summarizing it. I'm like, out of all this time we knew of a Mother Dark, why the fuck didn't we ever put Father Light together?
I don't know. But my thought is the Edur seem to hate the Andi, right?
Yes.
I think if they got to the throne, they'd probably destroy it. Would that, like, I don't know if that would destroy the Andi or something, or gets rid of their source of power or something.
But I mean, to me, it's like, and we'll talk about this later, but it honestly doesn't matter. But to me, it's like Mother Dark had sex with 3 men, right? The first one bearing
Was this at the same time
Andi.
or different? Was this like a
At the
gangbang or
same
what?
time, Derek. She's good at sex. She's a porn star, man. Okay.
We're already bringing this back around. I love it.
No, because in here, and I call it out, right, is that Durist makes a comment about Rake and his half dragon ass, right? So my guess is Mother Dark fucked a dragon, right? Thus borning the Andi.
You worded that so eloquently.
I know, right? And Rake, right? Like that, I think the father is some type of dragon or soul taken dragon or what? I don't even know, right? And then Mother Dark and Father Light got together, thus creating the Edur, right? They are gray skinned, kind of that perfect blend of dark and light. And then you've got Father Light who fucked some other woman, right? And now you've got the Tist Leonas, or whatever you want to call Leosin. Leosin, thank you.
You were in the right. Yeah.
So, like, they're not related, like siblings, but they are like cousins. And I think,
So-
like, later on, they call the Leosins call the Edur and the Andi their cousins. So,
It's just a giant swingers party, I guess.
right. Father Light and Mother Dark have had multiple children with multiple or with other people is kind of what I'm getting at. So going back to my throne comment, the Throne of Shadow is that shared between the Andi and the Edur? Or do they have their own Warren, Carald Ghislaine, right?
Yeah.
That makes me think that they have their own house, they have their own thing, and they are partially responsible for shattering the Edur Warren because of whatever petty feud. And they're simply just guarding it to prevent the Edur from gaining power, like a big brother bullying the smaller one or something. Does that make sense? Am I in the right vein or am I completely off?
Well, I can't tell you if your theory's right or wrong or anything. I mean, if you had a question, I could maybe answer it, but that was just a lot.
Sorry, this is what I do. Okay,
No, I mean, it's fine.
do the Andi and the Edur share a Warren?
No.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. That's all I needed.
I feel like you're probably racking your brain trying to make sure you don't say too much or give too much away or something.
There's a lot of different things I could talk about, but if I say even a little too much about one thing, then I risk saying something that you don't know anything about. So
Sure, that's fair.
Man, we appreciate it. As frustrating as it probably is for Derek and I to not know, it's a little reassuring at the same time, though.
as far as the Edur and their Warren, I think it's in the next section where I believe Trull talks about how the Eater are trying to reclaim their warren. Am I remembering that right? Is that in the next section?
Yes, and yes, maybe.
I think there was something like that. Maybe it's not in that section, but
The
I
last,
guess I'm not. I mean, and until I start reading it, I mean, I don't necessarily remember right now. So
we'll get there anyway. But I think there's some mention of that, so that would also tie into your question.
okay.
Because basically the Eater have their own warren.
Okay. And that is the warren that is shattered.
Right.
I thought that was the case, but then I'm just like, why would they guard it? Is like the question that like kind of solidified, but at the same time made me question things as well. This comment about Cotillion speaking with the Andi. I'm wondering if this is some type of deal. Was there a bargain? Did he offer these Andi like redemption or revenge or something like that? Like, I feel like if I were Cotillion, I would not want the Edur to reclaim things, so I would be on the Andi side to like make sure things don't happen.
sure.
And this kind of goes back to my first comment about the description of the island, them trying to find some type of flat piece of stone just for them enough to land on, right? No easy feat, as that rock border around the island has just had many centuries of rising and falling water eroding it. So like it just causes these like crazy patterns. So that was just another part of what I liked about the description, and it just added a sense of like dread to them trying to get onto the island, which I thought was cool. This one singular current out of who knows how many is this divine intervention. It seems he ended up in some type of pool in the depths of the island somewhere. So I'm gonna go with that current of sorcery, potentially, but I guess I'm wondering, is it tied to a specific warren? Or is this potentially what Cotillion arranged with the Andi? Any thoughts, Derek? Get you involved in here somehow.
Just seems like luck to me. I mean, that he landed in the one, that didn't kill him. I don't know.
Interesting. I don't know. I think it's just too coincidental.
It could be. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that.
All right. Okay. But also, Darist here saying that it was his task. So that kind of leads me to believe that maybe there is some type of something or another. I would imagine that if this is his task, he's probably going to be very bored because there's not going to be very many people popping up through this current, right? It makes me think that it's kind of a more present situation, i.e., maybe some type of bargain with Cotillion or Shadow Throne.
I thought he kind of like sensed people on just the island as a whole. So like, well, what if they flew there on a dragon, or what if they got dropped off by Morant or something?
True. Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't even think of the possibility that he can sense. All right. Fair
Or
enough.
what if they found the one, the good like landing zone or whatever you want to call it?
All right. Well, here's my big question for this section. The presence of life risks his awakening. And then Cutter is just like, oh, well, what the hell do you mean by awakened? And then, of course, conveniently, Darist does not respond. Any thoughts on what this could be?
Something big.
I think
I don't
something
know.
big.
The only thing I could think is it's like a dragon.
What makes you think it would be a dragon?
Well, I mean, he like fears this thing, right? Or seems to. I don't know,
Yeah.
like what else does he really have to be afraid of for the most part?
Why would you chain a dragon to a moving island?
Maybe that's how it's moving, dude. I don't know. Like it's swimming underneath, dragging this thing all over the place, swimming circles around the ocean. I don't know. But then I guess why isn't it drowned?
Right, because it's sleeping.
Well, do you breathe when you sleep? I guess I do.
Not underwater, I don't.
Right. Thank you.
No worries. Just reacquainting you with basic biology. It's all right.
I don't. I really don't have much idea. That's just kind of right off the top of the head. Is like I would think it's like something dangerous, I guess, and I don't really know. We haven't seen like dragons, demons, change them all. Like those are like the aside from like mages or something. Those seem to be the most dangerous things we know about so far.
Hmm,
Or like and aside from like ascendants and stuff like that.
maybe. Yeah, definitely one of those things where, we're just gonna have to put a pin in it. Not to bring that back again, but
That's never going away.
no, it is never going away. Not at all. Not at all. Oh yeah, so here's we already talked about the Mother Dark and getting around a little bit. So we can skip all of that. And then again, kind of towards the end here, Cutter is having a little bit of a identity crisis. Like, oh well, Crocus would have asked questions. How come you're not asking questions, Cutter? Like, you did this so that you could be truly free. Seems miserable to me.
Cutter seems miserable.
What? Yeah.
You think Cutter seems? Well, I guess. I mean, he doesn't know if Absalar's dead at the moment, but I mean, I guess he seemed kind of not in a great mood before that, anyways. Too.
Yeah. I think that. Like, just when you're in love with somebody, you don't necessarily know what identity you want to have that is going to like make that person love you back. So I think that he's just kind of like, oh well, Absalar's dead or potentially dead. I just did all this stuff for her. Well, what do I do now? Like he seems to be like at an end of some kind.
Yeah, his emotions are all over the place.
Yeah. Those were all my comments about Drift of Avali here. I'm interested to see what happens with it. It kind of seems like Cutter has some type of room inside of the island, so I would imagine that hopefully more takes place.
Oh, what do you got, Damien?
Well, I had a couple of notes similar to what Justin was talking about. Just the way everything is described at the beginning of this section. I really like the language that he used to describe the storm. Like in the beginning of the section, he doesn't even call it a storm right away. We just get this poetic description of it. A blurred sword of dark iron rose along the horizon. So I really like that. I like those kinds of descriptions. There was a line about Cotillion being a haunting presence between them, which I thought was really interesting because another thing that we see a lot of in this book is ghosts. We've even had another reference to ghosts earlier in the chapter with the Pardu Ghost Slayer.
Yep.
Again, just keeping an eye on things that repeat and come up more than once. More description. There was a part where it said that spinning vortices roiled around the sandstone. Water was pulled under, flung back out, seething all along the shoreline. And this was when they're still in the boat and they're approaching and they're seeing the water just swirling around. And this again was another one that I picked out where it's the water and the island. It's another cycle, and they're going into the cycle. And that made me think of Kalam in the other section talking about, what kind of a cycle am I striding into? And this is another conscious thing where they're going into this cycle. They're literally going through a storm and into this island, so it's another moment where they're kind of crossing a threshold here. And obviously we see Cutter is, according to Darist, he's lucky to even have made it through. So it's a risky thing for them to do.
I had been thinking as Justin was reading this, I was trying to think of like, what are the snake metaphors or whatever you want to call it? And I don't know. I couldn't really think of anything at first, and it just kind of came to me now. But like the currents definitely could be because those aren't straight lines or anything. Those are definitely going to be curved.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's anything you had jotted down in your notes, but just as I was thinking about that now.
No, not for this section. What did you think about? I think you mentioned it in the summary. What do you think about the line where he calls Rake Mother Dark's favorite son?
I think that there is some disdain behind that comment, some resentment.
Yeah, obviously. So yeah, I mean that's something to keep an eye on. Oh yeah, and then towards the end of the section, Cutter he gets indignant and he tells him to shut up after he calls him a damn fool. And I was just curious, what you guys thought about that, because to me, I feel like depends on how you're looking at this and how you're reading it. You could see Cutter's perspective on it. Darist has just been shut up in this floating island for too long, and he's just going on and on about, oh, what's your grief? And, and he's trying to talk about philosophy and stuff. And for Cutter, this is a raw thing that's just happened. As far as he knows, Absalar might be gone, and he doesn't know, and he's trying to deal with this in the exact moment where he's feeling this stuff. But then, I was thinking about it more, and I'm like, well, from Darist's perspective, Cutter just really is just overreacting here because he doesn't even know what happened. He's not acting rationally. And even though he doesn't really know why Cutter's there, he has the recognition that he's there for a purpose. He's there on a mission. Nobody would show up there randomly. So he's looking at it as, like trying to offer Cutter some words that will hopefully help him put it in perspective. But he just doesn't want any part of that right then. So, I was wondering if you guys had any thoughts on that, came down one way or the other.
I think that it goes back to kind of what we know about the Andi, right? Like they're very apathetic. They don't even bury their dead after they've fallen. When they want to be suicidal, right? They just allow themselves to be killed in battle, right? Like I think that Darist is going along. I guess you could call it like the Lady Envy parabola or problem, right? Like she's lived so long that all of these mortal issues are just insignificant because she's desensitized by it. She's seen it a million times before. It's like getting asked the same question, right? Like eventually you get to the point where like it's maybe a little annoying or frustrating or whatever the case may be. And I think that is the Andi's perspective mixed in with the fact that they seem to be a very depressed race.
I think about it from a very different point of view, Justin. Like, I remember reading this and thinking that Cutter needs to be careful how he talks to Darist. Like, you and I are human, Cutter is human, and you're talking to this thing that is, comparatively, like, more or less seems like a god, right? Lives forever, obviously bigger, stronger than you, and you're mouthing off to it, like, to me seems dangerous. And that's where my mind goes with something like that.
Yeah. In typical Andi fashion, right? He's apathetic to his emotions, right? He's just like, he even says it. He's just like, your words do not enrage me. You know what I mean? They're just like, they're shell of a people. They are so broken.
I think, yeah, I get your point, but I think it's also, it's subtler than that. It's not that he doesn't care at all. Because like I said, I think, by trying to talk to Cutter about grief and the nature of grief and things like that, Darist is actually trying to bring a different point of view to it. But I think, like I said, Cutter's just not in the right headspace right then to hear it. So he lashes out.
Oh, for sure.
And to your other point, there's some similarities in like the immortal mindset type of thing, like you were talking about. But I would say with a character like Darist, we get this description of him as being an old man. He might be living on, but he doesn't look youthful. He doesn't have this like fresh face like somebody. She's got that eternal youth type of thing. Whereas, with someone like Darist, he's sort of
That's fair.
he shows his age, which I thought was an interesting distinction. Just something that caught my eye.
It does get pointed out compared to Rake.
Yeah.
And then that ties into the blood, the dragon blood. There's a whole thing that I can't say anything else about.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess okay. All right. So it's just like you're pointing out that granted that he doesn't have the immortality problem and that he has aged and therefore has probably reflected on the Andi culture as a whole, on how things have transpired. His experience and his knowledge have all culminated into like, hey, death's not that bad.
And I think the other thing too is he's been isolated, so his perspective is naturally different from somebody who's been out in the world.
That's true.
How would any one of us react if somebody's like, hey, your girlfriend or your wife, she might be dead. She might not be, but she could be.
Right.
I think anybody's gonna react like Cutter, like, dude, shut the fuck up. This isn't what I need to hear right now. Like, help me
Yeah.
out or piss off, like,
Bad timing.
yeah, even though this guy, if somebody told you that and they're like 100 years old, they're like, well, it gets better eventually. Like, dude, like, this is not what I need right now. Like, you're right. He's definitely not on the right headspace. I wouldn't want to hear it. I would probably punch the guy in the face if that,
So you'd mouth off to him?
I would have done exactly what Cutter did. Like, dude, shut up. Like, and then, yeah, punch him in the face and get out of my way.
I have a hard time like putting myself in front of 20,000-year-old race thing. Yeah. I don't know.
I just mean, like, if obviously, the real world equivalent, if some like 80-year-old guy said that to you, Justin, like, dude, I'm going to push you down the stairs after you quit talking. Like,
Or break your hip, old man.
yeah, I'm going to make sure they don't feed you at the old folks home.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it's some fucking banger insight. I never would have thought of it like that, but yeah, I guess that's the beauty of this.
Anything else we have, or are we ready to move on to my last section here?
I'm GTG.
That's all I had.
All right. Rage flowed through Onrack's bones, even though he knew Trull could hear none of it. There were cries from two trapped spirits, rearing in the bestial statues on the plain before them. The clouds in the sky had broken, revealing 3 moons and 2 suns. The storm had blown itself out as they waited on the sheltered side of a small hill. The wind whipped around the massive statues. Trull asked what he saw. Onrack shrugged, saying there were mysteries here that he suspected Trull knew more of than him. Trull said that was unlikely and asked what he knew of the Hounds of Shadow. Onrack said not much, as the Logros had crossed their path once during the time of the First Empire. There were 7 of them, serving an unknown master hell-bent on destruction. Trull smiled and asked if it was the human First Empire or theirs. Onrack said he didn't know much about the human First Empire either. They were drawn into that fight once to answer the chaos of the Soul Taken and Divers. The Hounds didn't show up during that slaughter. Onrack said the Bonecasters believe that to create an icon of a spirit or god is to capture its essence within that icon. Even the laying of stones prescribes confinement. Just as a hut can measure out the limits of power for a mortal, so too are the spirits and gods sealed into a chosen place of earth, stone, wood, or other object. In this way, power is chained, and so becomes manageable. Do the Edur agree with this? Trull asked if he thought the Edur made the statues. Did the Bonecasters believe that power begins as a thing without shape and so is beyond control? Or that carving out an icon or making a circle of stones actually forces power on that order? Onrack said then it must be that they make their own gods and spirits, that beliefs demand a shape, and shaping brings them to life. But were the Teist Edur not created by Mother Dark? Trull smiled and said he was only talking about the statues, and he didn't know if whoever made them were Edur or not. As far as Mother Dark went, when she created them, she may have simply separated what was not separate before. Onrack asked if they were then the shadows of the Teist Andi, torn free by their goddess mother. Trull said they were all torn free. Onrack reminded him that 2 of the hounds are here, their souls trapped in the stone, and their likeness does not cast shadows. Trull said the hounds themselves don't either. Onrack said then they are reflections, then hounds of darkness must exist from which they were torn, but the Talan Imus were unaware if they are real. Again, Trull laughed, saying Onrack knew more of the human First Empire than he let on. What was the name of the human tyrant emperor? It didn't matter. They needed to get to the gate. Onrack said the name was Decim Balakis, the founder of the Human First Empire. And when the beast ritual was released, he had been gone for a long time. It was thought he veered. Trull asked if he was diver. Onrack said yes. Trull asked how many. He was told 7. Trull looked at the statues and said he was sure his people had not built these, but in his heart he felt no empathy. They are ominous and brutal to his eyes. The hounds of shadow are not worthy of worship. They are untethered, wild, and deadly. To really command them, one must sit the throne of shadow. More than a master of the realm. One must make Curald Emerlon whole again. Onrack said this possibility troubled him. Trull said he didn't share Onrack's feelings at first, but they persisted, and had they remained pure, he might not have been shorn. However, there was another power behind a veil in all of this, and Trull aimed to tear that veil aside, though he knew not who or what was behind it. Onrack asked why. Trull said what it had done to his people was an abomination. He thought Onrack did not know what it was like to watch his own kind fall into corruption, to struggle to open their eyes and see clearly what he had already seen. Onrack agreed, and Trull continued saying it wasn't naivete. Their denial was willful. They are a long-lived people who now kneel to short-term interests. Onrack said if he thought that was unusual, then it reasoned to follow that whoever was behind the veil only needed his people for a short time. Trull said that was an interesting thought. Trull wondered then, once this short-term objective was achieved, what would happen to his people. Onrack said once something was no longer useful, it was usually thrown away, unless whoever had possessed them was then threatened by those they exploited. If that was the case, then the answer might be annihilation. Trull said the truth wasn't always easy to hear. Onrack replied that he was generally unpleasant. Trull reiterated that there were souls of 2 hounds here. Which ones were they? Onrack said they were walking between them. Trull wondered what they were doing here. Onrack said the stone had been fashioned to trap them. No one asks the spirit or God if it wanted to be trapped when it's made. It is a mortal's need to create these vessels, so they can look at it, worship it, or pretend to be able to negotiate their own fate. Trull asked if Onrack thought these notions pathetic. He said he finds most things pathetic. Trull asked if the hounds would be stuck here forever, or is this where they go when they are destroyed? Onrack said he was tired of these games. He knew Trull had his own ideas and suggestions, but he wouldn't talk of them. Instead, he was trying to pull information from him. Onrack didn't care what happened to the Hounds of Shadow. In fact, what he cared about was that there were now 2 less for him to kill. Trull laughed, saying he was certainly confident, and that counted for something. But he didn't think Onrack would be walking away from a scrap with the Hound of Shadow. Onrack looked at Trull and said, "There is stone, and there is stone." Trull didn't understand. Onrack took out his obsidian sword and slashed one of the statues of the hound. Onrack looked up as fissures laced up the statue. It shivered, then exploded into dust. Trull leapt back as he was swallowed by the dust. Onrack took a fighting stance as dark shapes appeared. There was an explosion behind them as another statue turned to dust. As the dust clouds hid the sky, they could see only about 12 paces in any direction. A hound emerged. At its shoulders, it was as tall as Trull. It showed its fangs and attacked. Onrack swung his sword, but found only dust. He felt jaws close on his chest and was pulled off his feet. He lost his sword as he was shaken and tossed through the air. He didn't hit the ground, but was caught by another hound, crushed and shaken again before being tossed a second time. He crashed into a heap and was still. His head pounded, and he thought to turn himself to dust, but found he had neither the will or ability to do so. His power had been taken from him, the vow broken. He was now as his fallen kin, the ones who had taken so much damage that they no longer ceased to be one with the Talan Imus. A hound plodded over to him, nudged his broken ribs, and then moved on. It seemed to Onrack they had disappeared. Trull came over to him and said he wasn't sure if Onrack could hear him or not, but if it was any consolation, those were not hounds of shadow. They were the real ones, the hounds of darkness. And Trull dreaded to think what he had unleashed here. Onrack managed to speak, saying, "So much for the gratitude." Yeah, sorry guys, I kind of struggled reading that. I haven't had any alcohol in a little over 6 weeks, and I'm like half a beer in and feeling it a little bit. So
Nice.
that's probably the culprit.
I don't have an excuse, unfortunately.
Just a lot of very like cool visuals in this section. Like the 3 moons, 2 suns thing I thought was really cool. I like that type of stuff when it's not just, your typical, like there's 1 moon, 1 sun in the sky. I just think it's neat.
I would agree. Yeah. It's a cool visual.
Justin, I think you were typing some stuff here as I was reading through. I don't know if this was one of those things or not. It looks like it
yeah.
was.
Just this part where, there are 7 of them serving an unknown master, hell-bent on destruction. Well, I mean, this whole line about hell-bent on destruction reminds me of what we found out in the book of Dryjana, right? Which is essentially what the whirlwind wants Shaik to deliver, right? So I feel like we've heard this story before. However, we just are not privy to it. So it seems like, the past history is repeating itself a little bit. It seems like, this call out that 7 of them are serving an unknown master, hell-bent on destruction. I'm going to assume that the 7 are the faces in the rock, serving some type of unknown master, thus committing some type of ancient crime with the soul taken on 7 cities. They get themselves locked up on northern Genebacus, and then the Teblar start worshiping them for whatever reason, and now they are serving another master in the crippled god and trying again. So all of that from just 2 words. So sorry, but those are my thoughts.
Anything to add, Damien, on Justin's theory there? Okay.
No, not on that specifically.
All right.
Fair enough. Okay. Maybe I should start coming up with theories that like we can actually talk about, ones where I'm just so wrong that it's just like, dude, I don't even know how you came up with that, but no.
I didn't say you were so wrong. I said I'm not going to talk about it.
No, I'm not. Usually when people are quiet, I'm assuming that I'm like in the ballpark, but I won't actually know until I find out. But that's usually just how I interpret that because I've been doing this for 5 books now. So
Almost 3 years.
yeah,
I mean,
coming
weeks,
up, coming up.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah, what are we gonna do for our 3-year anniversary?
I don't know. Probably nothing now. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. It's like birthdays when you get older; they just doesn't matter.
Yeah. This line where it says they got drawn into the fight once to answer the chaos of Soul Taken and Divers, I thought was an interesting nugget of information. Beyond that, I don't know. I just thought it was interesting.
But I mean, we knew this already.
Sometimes things just feel new to me, man. Like I don't remember everything the way you do.
Sorry, dude. Okay, yeah,
it's good.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, yeah.
This line here where the Bonecasters believe that to create an icon of a spirit or god is to capture essence within that icon. I suppose it's just their theory. It's not really saying it's right, but I don't know what to do with that information, like if that were to be true. Like if that's how it actually worked.
Well, I mean, think about Cruel, right? I mean, the reason why the Elder Gods have, from what I understand, have lost their following, right, or their worshippers, is because that they were said to be very blood heavy, right? Like very sacrificial. But Cruel is able to rise once more because now he's starting to gain a little bit of a following. So I think that there's like maybe not while everything is true, there's definitely maybe like some truth to this. And even our conversation earlier about the chain of dogs and the worshiping of that could very well breathe life into it.
All right. I'm just kind of continuing off that. It says a hut can measure out the limits of power for a mortal, and it made me think of like a church or whatever they call it here. I can't remember. Temple is what I'm thinking of. Is that I don't know why why they say like a hut. Why didn't they say a temple? Like that to me is like where you measure out, like that's where the power is to me. Like if you believe in that, like you
I
go
think-
there to worship, that's like the home for the power, I guess. I don't know. I mean, not to say like you can't pray wherever you want. You can, but some of the stuff, like if that's where it's contained to, then yeah, I don't know. I think I had some different feelings when I was reading it and summarizing this before, and I jotted this down, but I don't know that I've got the same feeling for it as I did at that time.
I think it's more or less trying to say that like confinement is limiting, right? It limits power for these beings. And within the hut, it's just that is what it is, right? Like the power is essentially confined. As a hut to a human can limit the power of a mortal, right? Like there's only so much you could do while you're inside your house, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Any perception there? Perspective, I mean, Damien, on that line.
I don't know if this directly applies to the way they're talking about in the chapter, but it sort of makes me think of the idea that by having the space like a hut or a home or whatever you want to call it, you're invested in that space because you live there. So that in a sense confines you because you have a home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know if that's the same thing as what they're talking about here, but that's kind of what it made me think of.
We would love to think that it's just, okay to be interpreted whatever way works best, because more often than not, there may be a very similar meaning in all of our theories.
Next thought. So I feel like we're being led to believe that Decimbolekis is the hounds, is like the divers of the hounds, I guess. That's kind of what I interpreted or how I felt. I don't know what you thought, Justin.
I feel confused by this because when I think of the seven, I mean, we know that the seven faces in the rock are Emas, but this very well could just mean that the human, this Disambalakus, is, either an ancestor of the Emas or vice versa. And so therefore, like, I can get that far, but what I have a hard time is bridging the Emas to the Shadow Throne or even, the House of Dark, right? Like that I have a hard time bridging because they're not the same to me in my mind. And if they are, I'm waiting for something to bridge. So I don't really know how to answer your question. So I don't know.
I feel like with the line of questioning Trull is doing here, I feel like it's leading us to think that. And I guess I don't necessarily know that Onrack knows, but I feel like if we're drawing on that information, that's kind of the horse being led to water, I guess.
Sure.
Do we want to drink or not is the question.
I feel like at different points in this section, both of them question whether the other one knows more than they're letting on. So there's a question of, who's withholding what in this case.
Oh yeah, they're totally like testing each other.
Right.
And you do get that sense. So it's just like, how much is this like? Yeah, I don't know. I will just remain confused until I know more.
Justin, I feel like this is like something that would be in your wheelhouse because I just am garbage at remembering this stuff. But what is it? Trull that says it. I think to command them, one must sit on the throne of shadow. You must make Geralt Emerlon whole again. So does anyone actually control that seat, or is that like part of Cotillion's plan? I don't know. It seems like Cotillion's got a pretty good control of the Hound of Shadows. I mean, he said Cutter could call upon one if needed. To me, that shows you've got some control of them. If you can be like, yeah, I'll let you do that. Joe Schmo ain't going to be doing that if you don't have control of him.
Right. I don't know. This is another thing that was like weird because earlier in the book, I think it was when, we're reacquainted with Cutter and we get his conversation with Cotillion. We talked about the word penultimate, which made it seem like there wasn't anybody ruling Shadow Throne or the Throne of Shadow. But then on the contrary, who would be controlling the hounds? Like it either has to be Amanus or Cotillion. One of them is the head honcho here. So I don't know if maybe like we misinterpreted penultimate.
Well, where is that from? What quote?
That was the last chapter,
It
right?
wasn't.
Yeah, that was.
No, I'm pretty sure it was chapter 6.
Yeah, it was a chapter or two ago.
I'm trying to remember the context because I don't specifically remember that quote.
I know we know that means like, it's not, it's like second to last or whatever, I guess.
Was it in chapter 7 where it says the cult of Rashan had not taken well the ascension of Amanus, Shadow Throne, and the rope into positions of penultimate power within the Warren of Shadow?
There it is. That's what it is. It
Okay.
was chapter 7.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. I think that's maybe what has us conflicted there.
Right. Well, there's a lot of confusion around the whole question of who actually controls Shadow, and then it's further complicated by the Shattered Warren because Gerald Emerlon is the elder Shadow Warren.
Right.
But in the present of the story, it doesn't exist in its original form, and in its place, we've seen, we get the rise of these other shadow cults. So the whole power structure within Shadow is fragmented, just like the Warren. And it leads to questions of who's serving whom and who's in charge. Even other questions, like if supposedly Shadow Throne and Cotillion control the Hounds of Shadow, then why do they have someone else guarding the Throne of Shadow? Well, the idea that Shadow Throne and Cotillion have the Hounds,
Yep.
and here we have the reference to how you'd need to sit on the throne to control the Hounds, according to what they're talking about. But we know that Shadow Throne and Cotillion, whatever they're off doing, they have other people guarding the throne. So,
Wait, Shadow Throne has people guarding the throne?
well, he has interests at the very least. Maybe guarding is the wrong word because he sent Butter in there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I misspoke there. I would say, think about it in terms of the whole idea that there's a power struggle in Shadow.
Yeah.
And so the idea being that it's kind of confusing, like you were saying, and I think that's a deliberate device of the narrative. Basically trying to make you ask repeated questions about what's really going on.
Sure. Okay. So is it just maybe one of those things where, like, being that there is nobody occupying the throne, that the hounds just serve whoever's the most powerful?
I mean, that's a question, right?
Yes. No.
I think we're not getting an answer. But I don't know. I think, like, does a dog really operate that way? Maybe. I mean, maybe, I guess. I mean, I feel like you gotta, if the dog's gonna listen to you, it's gotta have a little bit of fear or respect for you.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah,
This is a fantasy book. It doesn't have to work the same way, so I don't know.
Right.
Anyway, my main point was that, we see that they don't actually have the throne. The fact that the hounds work with them is a question in and of itself.
Right. Interesting. Okay. Well, it's a pinnable moment. Okay. That's all I need to remember. Pinnable. Cool. Gotcha.
And also, I should say again that there's every chance that I misinterpret a lot of this stuff because I've only read the first 10 out of many books, and from what I've heard, there's a lot to this particular part that goes beyond the scope of the Book of the Fallen. So could be there's a lot of things here that are just not, you can't figure them out just from reading this part.
Sure.
That's the sense I get of it.
Yeah. We regardless, we still appreciate your insight, and you're willing to be all like, But no. Think about it this way. No. Don't go down that road. So we appreciate it.
I like this comment from Onrack where he's like, I am generally unpleasant. I just thought that was funny. I just like that type of like humor just works for me. Nothing huge there, but I suppose, Trull is a little more maybe vulnerable in the moment where he says it's not always easy to hear the truth, as he's potentially facing and his people are facing annihilation, and Onrack's just like, yep, I don't usually bring good news.
Chuckable moment.
I don't remember if this was the first time that we heard that Onrack has an obsidian sword or not, but if it was, I think I caught this when I was summarizing, and I wondered, why does he have obsidian? Is maybe there's nothing to it? That's just what he has. Maybe they all have different stuff, but I remember, the other ones having, or at least it sounded like most of them had flint swords.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, the Logros, those were the ones that were in command from the Malazan Empire, whereas the other ones were not. So I think it's just one maybe just offers maybe a distinction between the two. In the very beginning of the book, no, not the book, very beginning of the chapter, Kalam is looking at a table full of obsidian artifacts looted from some local tomb, right? So it kind of ties the Logros to 7 cities in some way, shape, or form, just from like an ancestral thing. To answer your question, I don't know. Those are just my thoughts.
It just makes me wonder, like, I don't think it's an accidental word choice, but it could just be the fact that, just like people have different weapons, they could too, it's just made out of something different. Maybe there's not really anything there, but it was a question in my mind.
I don't know for sure, but I feel like you might be right. There might be a reason that it's specifically called out. My first thought was just that from what we've seen so far, they all have some kind of stone weapon. So whether it's flint or obsidian, those are the kinds of weapons you expect them to have. But, there could be more to the obsidian, actually. I don't know.
Okay.
I just real quick looked it up just because I couldn't remember. And there is a difference between flint and obsidian. They're not the same material. I was just curious about that too.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I didn't. I wasn't thinking that they were the same. Like obsidian, I just think of like black volcanic rock or whatever. And flint, I just think of like I don't know, I think gray.
Yeah.
Those were my thoughts on the section. Either of you two have anything else to add there?
I got a few things, but if Justin has anything, he can go first.
I could have swore when I started reading this section and we are getting to the part about like the 2 hounds and they were like speculating and talking, my mind immediately went to the hounds that were killed. I don't know if yours did too, Derek, but the hounds that were killed and then released from Drake's sword, for whatever reason, I thought that was what it was leading. Like this is where they ended up or where they went, or so.
I did not think that.
That was just my thought.
I didn't have any specific thoughts on it, but yeah.
And also, I like this distinction of like, one, I never thought that there were like actual hounds of darkness, but it also kind of makes sense. Like it almost seems like the way that Erickson is setting this up to be is that the hound or the House of Shadow is really just a reflection of the Warren of Darkness. So like what exists there has to exist in the Warren of Shadow as well.
Oh, yeah. Now that you're talking about that, Justin, makes me think, I don't remember where it is in here, but, they talk about how they were torn away or whatever. And it makes me think of the Aslan and when he's trying to hold up the balcony, right? And the shadows are tearing.
Right. Well, I mean, what makes a shadow, right? Like to live in complete darkness without light, right? Like that is the epiphany of the Warren of dark, right? Darkness. But then when you introduce light, Father Light, you have shadows. So now you have this like third element. You've got light, dark, and then what lives in between.
You got to have something to cast that shadow.
Right. Exactly. So that's kind of where I'm like, I get, like, conceptually as an artist, I get light and dark and shadows and, you know, various shades of gray and values and things like that. But, like, how this equates to, like, personification, I'm not sure.
Well, Damien, what do you got for us here?
All right. I got a bunch of stuff. I will try to avoid anything that we already talked about. I'm not sure if this is just a something that applies to all the Telanimos, but there's a mention that Onrack can feel the cries of the spirits, and it specifically says that Trull doesn't hear anything or sense anything, but Onrack does. And I was trying to figure out if there's a reason for that in terms of the lore or something that we already know, and I couldn't quite remember. But that just caught my attention because when they walk up to them, you know, Onrack seems to know right away. He just has this sense of it. And I thought that was interesting.
I think it goes back to, I'm in the firm belief that the Soul Taken and the Amass are related. The humans or the First Empire, whoever this Disemblancus is like a common ancestor between the two. So I think that's potentially why he's able to hear them or sense them, but I could be wrong. So,
Barrick, I think you mentioned about the we get the description of the different moons and the suns, and I like that too. What caught my attention about it again is this is another one of those images that made me think of cycles, you know, because it says that the light flowed with shifting hues as the moon swung on their invisible tethers. You know, so it's the cycles above. As we see in the chapter, there are all these cycles that characters are becoming involved in or walking into, and so, you know, it was just another level of that in the description. There's so much talk about philosophy and the nature of worship, and, you know, and what it means to create an icon. I found all that stuff fascinating, and you were questioning, you know, whether the stuff that the Bonecasters believe, whether that has any real weight to it. And I think an interesting way to think about that is to think about what we've seen Bonecasters do already to this point in the series and what they're capable of based on just what we've seen. Kind of lends me to think that they might know what they're talking about. You mentioned the line about he says, "We are all torn free." I really love that line. Again, it's just in their conversation. It's a response, but it's also philosophy. It's you know, there's a lot to unpack there, but I feel like it means different things depending on who's saying it or how you're reading it. But in this chapter, I feel like, you know, it's just another example of Erickson just loading this whole section with these deep thoughts that the characters have. You know, right before he throws us into this little quick battle we have and everything. This section has so much, and that's another thing I love about it. Is just like we get these deep conversations, and then we have people being attacked by hounds, and it all happens so fast too. It seems like, you know, there's a very slow lead up to that. They're walking up to the statues, but then when it happens, it's very quick. In the span of a couple pages, Onrack is just ruined. So, you know, that I found that really interesting too.
He was a little overconfident and it backfired.
Yeah, that's another thing that I love about it is, you know, we see Onrack's particular brand of overconfidence, and I think it has a lot to do with him being one of the Telanimos. That was one of my points that I'm going to get to because it ties into something else that we learned about the Telanimos.
real quick, you made a mention about like what we know of the Bonecasters.
Yep.
The ritual is obviously one of them, but I can't for the life of me think of anything else.
If you remember in Gardens of the Moon, everything that happens leading up to the creation of Silver Fox.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
And that happened inside of a dream.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the power of the Bonecasters is pretty ridiculous. For that to happen across time in someone's dream. And I think there are a couple of other examples too, but that one sticks out.
Well, also the final resting place for the Mybi, right? That was also part to
Yes.
land as well. So
yeah, and
That whole,
Silver
like,
Fox
world?
herself is a Bonecaster.
right.
So
Yeah. Right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, she made Tool human again. Right? So there's that. Cool. Awesome. I just, for whatever reason, like, I don't know why, I remember them but didn't remember them.
there's so much to remember. I think it's part of it. And when you talk about these books, it's like you can pick any book in the series and no one could remember it all.
Sometimes it makes me feel special that like I'm going through these so slow that like I let myself down when I don't remember.
Well, that's what this is for. It's like a verbal history here for us. So
No, that's true. All right, continue. I'm gonna go grab more food.
I also really liked the line about Onrak saying, "I am generally unpleasant." That's a great line. I agree with that.
it is. It's just like kind of a little moment to lighten the mood.
Yeah, but he doesn't say it that way. He says it as dryly as possible, which is what I like about it, because from his perspective, that's not a joke. He's just being honest.
Yeah.
But for us, that is funny because we're seeing the deadpan, the Talana mass. They're dead in just about every way they can be.
You're right.
So I like that. I like that humor, and I like that it comes from a place of genuine just empathy on part of Onrak. The line about vessels is really interesting because we've seen, not just in this book, but again, going back to past books and specifically in Memories of Ice, there's a lot of talk about vessels and what it means to be a vessel. So I think it's interesting that it's brought up here directly, the line about the need to make such vessels is a mortal's need. And then there's all the talk about, assertion of control or illusions of negotiating your fate or all that. But the word vessel really stood out to me because it's something that Erickson focuses on a lot. And I think anytime it comes up, again, it's another thing that's not an accident. If we think of these statues as vessels in that sense, what does that say about what they're containing, about why they were made and their purpose? And, this is tied into what they're talking about. But again, I think it's interesting to compare it to other things that we refer to as vessels in the series. I forget exactly which book it's in. It might have been early in Memories of Ice. I think it was. We learned that the word "mag" means vessel. So, that's just a repeating thing that it pays to pay attention to that. Over time, the more you look for that kind of thing, I think it's rewarding as a reader to see the way that he brings that up. So anytime you see something about vessels, I think there's more there.
I don't remember at what point in Memories of Ice, but pretty confident that you're right on that. That we
I just don't remember the part, but
it has to be in there. Yeah.
What'd I miss? This sounds interesting.
No, that maybe means vessel.
Oh, gotcha.
And we learned that somewhere in Memories of Ice. I don't remember exactly where along the way, but
yeah, and I was just relating that to the quote here about how he Onrak says the need to make such vessels is a mortal's need, and he's referring to the statues, calling them vessels. So I was just saying to Derek, it's interesting to compare the different ways that we see the word vessel used in its various meanings, and that's something to think about going forward because it definitely keeps coming up.
Another thing that I will have to keep my eyes peeled for.
Yeah. I put several pins in that.
See, I like it.
Okay, all right. This one, my favorite part in this section specifically is we get this line from Onrak right before he's finally just had enough and he decides to just take out his sword and shatter these statues. He turns to Trull and he says, "There is stone and there is stone." And when I was reading this the very first time, my first time through the series, I had a moment where I was reading this and I actually had to put the book down because I'm like, wasn't there another scene earlier in the last book that ties into this? And I remember going to look it up and it unlocked something for me. And so I wanted to talk about that because I think it's essential to understanding a little more of what's going on in this scene from Onrak's perspective and the way he thinks about all this stuff. And the scene that I thought of, the one that I want to talk about a little, is from Memories of Ice. It is when Tool and Talk are at a camp, and Tool is teaching Talk how to make the arrows. Do you remember that scene?
Yeah.
I was trying to think about where you were going with this, and then as you started to speak, I was kind of having that realization as you were.
So this is from Chapter 5 of Memories of Ice. I just want to read a little bit because this is what I really wanted to talk about. And it says, Talk says, "You make the fashioning of arrowheads look easy, Tool. but something tells me it isn't. Some stone is sand, some is water. Edge tools can be made of the stone that is water. Threshing tools are made of the stone that is sand, but only the hardest of those. And here I've gone through life thinking stone is stone. In our language, we possess many names for stone. Names that tell of its nature, names that describe its function, names for what has happened to it and what will happen to it, names for the spirits residing within it, names, all right, I see your point. Why don't we talk about something else? And then we get cut off from that. We don't get any more of that. And for a reader who's looking for more detail there, that is an agonizing point to cut off. But I think you can see why I bring that up, because that ties in directly here to what Onrack does, because he's making a point. Trull basically says, well, it's kind of hilarious that you think you could take out a hound. And Onrack says, well, there's stone and there's stone. And so, for him, his utter confidence in this moment, I think, comes from more than just the fact that he's this immortal being who's seen all these crazy wars and stuff, but it's the Talanamas mindset and part of the way that they think of things. He can already see in some way, he can intuit that he is more than capable of taking his sword and breaking those statues. He doesn't know the consequences. Clearly, he doesn't know what he's about to unleash and what's going to happen to him. But in that moment, he has the confidence to be like, well, I'm going to show him. And I think it's, again, maybe it has something to do with at the very beginning of the section where, I was talking about what exactly is it that allows Onrack to hear the spirits in the statues? Is it something about this way that the Talanamas see and understand the world? Is it some intrinsic part of their philosophy that is not just something that they think, but something that they're actually attuned to? And I don't think that's explicit in the chapter necessarily, but it's something that you can kind of piece together when you think about that combined with the piece from Memories of Ice. And I love how all this just comes from thinking about the one word stone, and just how Erikson takes that word and makes it mean a lot more within the context of the Talanamas and their worldview. And, again, based on what happens, there's a suggestion that maybe Onrack is onto something, even though in the end he takes a big risk that doesn't pay off for him. Clearly, he's tuned into something more that's going on here. And I wonder how much of that is, again, like because of the Talanamas and the way they see these things.
I think that's a really good pickup. Catch that, because I wouldn't have. And it makes me wonder, how did he write that over a book ago? I mean, that was pretty early in Memories of Ice. We're, give or take, halfway through by page count this book, or close to it. How did he remember that, and how did he pick that moment to insert that into the book? I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it definitely makes you wonder, how much of this scene did he know already?
Yeah.
Even when he was writing Memories of Ice, did he have some idea of how this scene was going to play out?
Man, my mind's so blown. I don't even know what to say right now.
But I think for me, the part that really sealed the deal is, again, in the part that I read from Memories of Ice, all the different names for stone and the different kinds of stone, and one of them is specifically called out as spirits within stone, which is what we're seeing here.
Right.
In some form. Whether they're truly spirits or whether they're something else. The chapter doesn't really give us anything explicit. We're just left with Trull and Onrack musing about what exactly the hounds are.
Uh-huh. Well, and I mean, even in Memories of Ice, like, you can take away what happens here in this section, and spirits within the stone also implies the past, the history, the ground,
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's so much to deal with. Like, the Ribby spirits and Memories of Ice are like more or less following, I don't know why I wanted to say Spirit Box. It's a band. Silver Fox, as she's journeying to Capistan and et cetera. So, it's funny how, like, one thing like that can have just so many cool meanings.
I think about that a lot because it's like it's such a natural part of the Talanamas and the way that they look at the world. And I like how We don't get all of this in one place. It's not completely just dumped on the reader in one giant section. We get a little bit of it in Memories of Ice. We see Tool explaining some stuff to Talk, and he's teaching him the Talanamas ways of making the arrowheads. But more than that, he's also, he's teaching him little pieces of their culture. Maybe not purposefully doing that in the sense that he's trying to like explain their culture or everything. But, we see that in order to even explain it to him in a way that is genuine, Tool has to delve into that Talanamas mindset. He has to tell him that, when they talk about stone, they're not just talking about rock. They're talking about something else, that stone has deeper meanings. It means a lot. And then, the other thing I think about is when we see stone come up in other contexts in the series, it has something to do with certain unaligned cards in the deck of dragons. And I wonder what the connection there is, if any.
You might have to throw us a bone.
Well, I don't know, actually. That's what I mean. I'm speculating here because if you remember, there's a few mentions of certain unaligned figures in the deck. And if I'm remembering correctly, I think one of them was Obelisk. And I think there was another one that had something to do with stone or something to that effect. And I wonder if there's a connection there. I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow. I feel like I need to find the top of my head somewhere.
I like it when you're stumped, Justin, because it's easy to happen to me, for me to be stumped.
Maybe I'll have to put a pin in this myself. And when I'm done with these series, come back and think about this.
But yeah, I think even all that aside, this is just a really, really cool scene because Onrack, again, he gets himself into some trouble pretty quickly. He doesn't really know what he's doing. His confidence is way overblown. And, I love the descriptions we get. He's already a walking pile of bones, but even the parts of him that are already, just literally bones are getting torn up and shredded even more. And by the end of it, he's left with very little. And then, another thing to point out, the significance of this too, is that after this, there might even be a mention of it, whether it's in this section or the next one, but this is another thing that draws Onrack and Trull closer, because now Onrack he's been separated from the vow. He is no longer able to turn to dust, and a lot of his connection to what it means to be Talanamas is now severed. So now he shares that with Trull, who's been shorn, who's been separated from his people. And, again, that makes me think of, in this chapter, we have repeated mentions of things that are pairs or things that go together. And this is, Onrack and Trull are becoming more like, growing closer together. And then we see in the next section, they're fighting together to protect each other. They went from random strangers who met each other to now, through all these things at the end of this chapter, their bond is deepened. And I just thought that was, another thing that's interesting to point out, that, part of that is it's them drawn closer by this act of separation that happens with Onrack.
And not to mention the two hounds. There's another set of twinning there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Which is funny because, I remember when Onrack first kind of stumbled across Trull, he was just like, I've got other things to do. I'm just going to leave you.
Yeah, he almost walked right by him. I mean,
right.
It's amazing to think if he hadn't stopped and let him out, then Trull probably would have died on that wall, and then we don't get any of this.
Right, exactly.
There was a note about how beneath the hound there was a score of shadows. Did you guys have any thoughts about that?
No, I didn't even remember that, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I just figured I'd bring it up because, again, shadows is one of the things where it's not only in this chapter, but the whole book, there's so much talk about shadows and, Warren of Shadow and all that. There's two things in this chapter that caught my eye, one of which is that they say that the statues themselves cast no shadows. Then when the Hounds of Darkness are unleashed, there's a bunch of shadows swarming around them. And then there was a line about talking about one of the Hounds of Darkness, was saying that the beast bared fangs the size of tusks. And that just made me think of the twin long knives. Its fangs are so huge that they look like tusks. That's a pretty scary image. I thought that was cool. And then I think my last thing was that this is another example of something we've seen repeatedly throughout the whole book, which is that ancient powers are being freed from some kind of containment. It's a pattern in House of Chains. Things are being unchained or freed, and there are always consequences for this. We saw it with Calm when they pulled the rock off of Calm.
Yep.
And, so that's, again, it's another repetitive thing that comes up, and, it ties into the themes and a lot of what Erickson is talking about. But like I said, I think that was my last point.
The number of times that Karza has been chained and unchained in this book so far. Yeah. These books make me think enough of it as it is. And now this is just an extra layer that I don't even have answers to. Wow. Goddamn. Are we ready to bring it home? This is going to be a long episode. Haven't had one of these in a long time. Get out my editing skills. All right. Trull dragged what was left of the Amass to a wall. Trull was unsure of how to help the Amass. Onrack said that if his kin were there, they would know what to do. So alas, he must continue as he is. He slowly got upright. Trull made a comment about doing that before he had dragged him to the wall. Onrack did not reply to this, but instead said that he regrets the loss of his arm, as his sword was better with two hands. There's the power of two. He walked over to where his weapon lay in the mud and retrieved it. He tells Trull that he has lost the ability to detect the gates. Trull said no worries, as they should be easy enough to find. He suggests that they try the center of the city. Onrack wonders why the hounds didn't kill them. Trull set off towards the street and replied that they seemed very eager to leave. Trull asked why the other Amass would sever his head and scatter his limbs, despite the fact that Onrack was still functional. The Amass replies that he is like Trull, shorn from his people, clanless. His existence is without meaning. His final task is to seek out the hunters, to do what must be done. As they continued slowly into the city, they noticed that there was no signs of life. At the far edge was a bridge. When they finally reached it, Trull found a small box and knelt down to open it. Inside were Monranth musicians. Onrack asks Trull if he's ever heard of the Malazan. Trull said no, and the Amass explained that they were humans from Onrack's realm, and that these munitions belonged to them. Trull wonders what they were doing here. Trull said that they would have to do, though, as he's been weaponless, and he didn't like that feeling. Onrack notices an arch beyond and tells Trull. The Tystedor said that this is what they were looking for and headed towards it. As they approached, they noticed that the clay was rock hard and that there was a bit of heat emanating from between the arch. Onrack asked Trull what he made of it. The Tystedor puts his hand out to study the heat. The Amass asked if the heat was potentially a ward of some kind. Trull said that if that were true, then they wouldn't really have a way of breaking it. Onrack said, well, this was untrue. Trull looked back and asked how. Onrack looked at the munitions box in Trull's hand. Trull was confused on how that would break the ward. The Amass explained that sorcery was all about patterns, and to shatter that pattern would mean the sorcery would need to fail. They backed away, and Trull threw some clay spheres. The explosion broke the ward and opened the portal. Onrack said that he didn't recognize the Warren. Trull said neither did he, but something was coming. Onrack said yes and told Trull to flee back across the bridge. The Tystedor spun around and began running. Onrack could feel the power behind the gate, power that felt brutal and alien. He could feel the anger of whoever's Warren this was. He checked over his shoulder to make sure that Trull was safe. He had expected to be destroyed, and standing his ground would allow more time for his companion. The gate shimmered as 4 riders cantered through. The rider's face was covered in armor, but their silver hair flowed from beneath their helmets. They charged Onrack, who stood, lifting his obsidian sword, ready to meet the oncoming riders. The 4 riders came at him on the narrow bridge. They could only fit 2 horses at a time. Onrack had faced horse warriors before and knew just what to do. Onrack kept forward between the two mounts. Ignoring the blade on his right, Onrack leapt forward between the two mounts. Ignoring the blade on his right, he drove his sword into the midsection of the right warrior. Onrack was hit in the collarbone and hit on the right side of his face. Both attackers rode past him, and now he faced the remaining two. He crouched down and defended both sword strikes with his obsidian blade. Now all riders were past him. They wheeled their horses around and reined in, weapons lowering. The one who Onrack had hit was clutching his stomach. Onrack did the same with his weapon and waited while one of the riders walked their horse forward. The rider lifted his helm and revealed features similar to that of Trull, but with white, almost luminous skin. The rider asked if the lifeless one could understand the language of purity. Onrack replied and said that it seemed no purer than any other language. The silver-haired warrior scowled and then said that they don't forgive ignorance, and he is a servant of death. There is only one thing for a creature such as him, Onrack, and that was annihilation. The Amass said that he served no one and told the warrior to bring it on. The wounded one held up a hand and told Aeneas to hold up, as this world was not theirs, nor is the Amass the trespassers they seek. They sense none of the trespassers, and so they must take their quest elsewhere. He gets down and calls out for Orinas to come heal him. Orinas dismounted and approached the seneschal. Aeneas approached closer to the Amass and notes that there isn't much left of the Amass and asks if those were marks of fangs on his bones. Onrack didn't answer the guy's question, but states that Aeneas is of Tist blood. The man's face twisted into a sneer and explained that only among the Leosin is Tist blood the purest. Aeneas suspects that Onrack has come across their tainted cousins and then calls the Andi vermin. He tells the Amass that he has yet to answer his questions. Onrack said that he hasn't met any of these Andi yet, but has heard of them. He states that they were the firstborn of darkness. The Leonas says that they may be the first, but they are missing Father Light's purifying blood. They tolerate the Edur because they have somewhat of Father's light in them. But the Andi, death by their hands is their only mercy. Aeneas explained that he's tired of answering the Amass's question and wants Onrack to answer his questions. Onrack said that he won't be answering any questions as he's had experience dealing with arrogant creatures, and he has always believed that they would seek out a new enemy. A fellow Leosin laughed and said that these creatures were beneath them, and all they do is lead them away from the righteous path. The warrior strode up to Onrack and asked if he was Amass. Onrack said he was. The warrior named Malachar asked if there were other Amass among the realm. Onrack stated that he wouldn't answer his brother's question, so why would he answer his? Malachar is pissed and says that those games could be played with Aeneas, but not with him. Onrack asks that he's done with his shit and turns around and leaves. Onrack says that he's done with their shit. Malachar calls to the seneschal like a little bitch and tattletales that the Amass was fleeing. The seneschal tells Onrack to hold up. Onrack says that he is done with them. The four Leonas, why can't I goddamn type? The four Leonas raised their weapons, and Onrack did as well. The four warriors sensed something about behind them. Trull Sengar stood with the munitions at his feet. Dust swirled around him, and four Amass appeared at his side. One of them slightly larger than the rest. Onrack rested his sword and called out to his kin. He greets the Bonecaster as his name is Monarch Achem, one of the many chosen to hunt the renegades as Onrack had been tasked to do. They also followed the renegade's trail into this realm. He greets the others with him as well. Monarch approached and told Onrack that he had failed the ritual and so much must be destroyed. Onrack replied that this would be contested as the horse warriors they saw before them or Tist Leosin, and they have taken him as their prisoner. The leader of the Forimass, Ibra, and the two others walked towards the Leosin. The seneschal spoke and said that they would release their prisoner as their quarrel had ended and they would be leaving. The Leosin commander regarded Trull and asked if he would like to join them as they were in need of servants. Trull shook his head and explained that he would be going with the amass. The commander said that he would remember Trull and told his fellow Leosins that they would be leaving. Monarch the Bonecasters said that they may prove harder than they thought, as this warren was a shattered warren of Emerlon, and the Leosins know nothing of the Wounded Gates and the Ascendants and their wars. The seneschal explained that they only follow one ascendant, and that was the son of Father Light, Osric. Monarch asked when was the last time Osric had walked among them. After no answer from the Leosin, Monarch continues to explain that Osric can't return as he's unable to do so. The seneschal stepped forward and asked what happened to their lord. Monarch explains that he is lost and they must work together to get the fuck out of there. For Onrack, he will be obliterated when they get back to their own realm. Well, I can't talk tonight. Lots of new words. I'm just going to blame it. New words. Don't know how to say them. Haven't ran across them before. Causing me some issues.
It's all good, man.
Well, first comment that I had is a little bit of a funny one. Trull basically drags Onrack to a wall, and then Onrack is like, well, I must continue on as I am because my brothers aren't here to decapitate me or just dissolve me. And then Trull makes a comment like, why couldn't you have done that before I dragged your ass? I just thought that was a chuckle moment and quite hilarious, actually.
It is funny. I think it's also funny because it mirrors the scene earlier when Trull was the one being dragged.
Yep. Nice little, hey, you did it for me and I'm doing it for you. This part where, the Moranth munitions, not going to say
Musicians.
Musicians? Yeah.
It'll still sound like it, no matter how I say it. It'll sound like musicians. But anyway, so I could have swore that somewhere in Memories of Ice, when we found out that the Barghast and the Moranth are actually related to each other, I could have sworn that the Tis Edur ended up showing the Moranth how to make or create munitions. So I'm kind of wondering why Trull doesn't recognize that. Unless it's kind of one of those things where because of the fragmentation, he his part or what is or was his warren just either was never introduced to that or they had forgotten over a period of time. So I read that and I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right here. So I don't know if you two have any thoughts on that.
I do not.
That's a read and find out. I can't say anything about that.
Sad Justin.
But I think you'll get some answers that are somewhat satisfying, if not conclusive.
Okay. Well, then I will just, put a pin in it. That's going to be my fucking thing. We're going to lose patrons because I say it too much. All right. Anyway, moving on. So Onrack had faced horse warriors before and knew just what to do. This is kind of when, you get this very cool cinematic image of two horses running at him, two horses behind him. What does this remind you of, Derek? Why is this so familiar?
I don't know what you're going for here.
Remember at the end of the first chapter of this book, Bayroth, Delum, and Karza are facing off against... Yeah, it's literally the same scene.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I did not know what you were going for here. So,
okay. I just got excited. So I don't know if that's just repetition for the sake of repetition, but knowing Erickson, there's a purpose there. What I can't quite definitively say, but I would imagine that it maybe has something to do with a common ancestor. Just going to leave that there.
Who? A common ancestor for who?
Both of them. The Amass and the Templor.
Okay.
All right, fine. I'll move on.
Your winky eyebrows aren't fooling me.
God damn it. All right, whatever. So when the when the Leosins show up, for whatever reason, and Damien, I don't know if you've read The Wheel of Time or not, but
No, I haven't.
there's some characters in The Wheel of Time called White Cloaks. And for whatever reason, just this like holier than thou arrogance, purity, very similar to the White Cloaks. So that's what they reminded me of.
I guess I didn't feel that way, but I can kind of see it.
Yeah. So
I didn't feel that way when I read it, I should say.
fair. I mean, sometimes there's going to be things that, call you at other books. So maybe this is something you could answer, Damien. Is Seneschal, is that a title? Kind of like
Yeah.
Estriant? Okay.
I think I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's a real world title that real people have had, or it's maybe a rank in a military.
Oh, really?
I'm trying to remember. I know I've seen the word before.
The definition is the steward or major domo, I don't know, of a medieval great house.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, so he's using a well-known concept. It kind of gives you some insights into the power structure of the Leosin. You can
Or it
kind
also
of
says it's a governor or other administrative or judicial officer. That's maybe more where I would lean of the two for this one. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
I was just
no,
continuing to read the definition.
Yeah. So of the three others there, he's essentially the one in charge.
Yeah.
In the moment. Again, and we've kind of already had this conversation about Mother Dark and her partners and Father Light and all that stuff. And going back to what we had said earlier and like why we never thought of a Father Light, is like I feel stupid for not like thinking of that. Like not
I feel
even
like
yeah.
it should have been low-hanging fruit to just throw it out there.
Right.
Oh well.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I also think that's the beauty of these books and the series is that like it almost seems like what is in the realm of possibility, you're going to be wrong about the next page, next chapter, next book. Anyway, you know what I mean? So like you're constantly having your expectations subverted over and over and over again. That like you feel like you're doubting everything that you think. There's that side of this too.
So do you think do you have like the weird uncle? Is that like an eclipse or something?
What do you mean?
Well, you got Father Light, Mother Dark. You have like an eclipse that's the weird uncle.
Maybe.
The crazy aunt somewhere. I don't know what that would be, I guess. Lunar eclipse.
just the moon. Oh, I know what it is. It's Uranus.
Okay, Justin. You're done.
Bye, guys. Okay, moving onward. This part where, Onrack is like, you know what? We've dealt with arrogant creatures before. Maybe we've just needed someone else to go for. He was talking about the Jag Hut there as their experience. It's funny how, speaking of the Jag Hut, you almost get kind of like two different perspectives of them. You get they weren't tyrants. They wanted to be alone and live by themselves and blah, blah, blah. There weren't that many. And then you get like things like this. They were arrogant. They need to be destroyed. And it just reminds you of like really any argument ever. There's always two sides to the story, right? But one is more closely aligned with the truth.
And also just the hypocrisy here from Onrack, because, while he might be right that they're arrogant, it's funny coming from him when we just saw him get wrecked because of a poor decision he made.
Right.
So, he's wanting to talk in this moment.
Is he going to own up to that? Is he going to take responsibility for that? No. We just unleashed two hounds that have been... Who cares?
But, again, the Leosins are pretty arrogant. I mean, there's the whole thing about the language of purity. They think very highly of themselves.
Yeah. I don't know if I will be a fan, but it would take some extremeness. Yeah, I don't like them already.
Yep.
But when the four Emas show up, one of them was slightly larger than the rest. I interpreted as that could be Barghasti mass, Teblor, or even Fen.
Like a hybrid?
Not a hybrid, common ancestor.
I hadn't thought about that. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah. So I would imagine that I don't know. For whatever reason, I'm thinking in hierarchies or in like parent-child relationships. We know that the Barghast and the Moranth are related. And then earlier on in chapter 3, when Karza is climbing aboard one of the ships, he notices carvings on them that are very similar to the ones in Capustan that Kafal unearths, right, in the Thrall. And so we kind of get the sense that the Teblor, the Barghast are related. So if the Barghast and Moranth are related, then that means that like the Teblor, the Moranth, and the Barghast are all, you know what I mean? So, and we know that they are slightly larger than humans. Yeah.
Well, why? Just because this one's bigger, why they all got to be the same size, Justin? Maybe this one's just big boned.
It is big boned. That's the reason why. You're funny.
I was holding on to that one for a minute once you like mentioned that.
You're funny. Okay. Well, I mean, that was all I had. Really interested as to where all of the information that has been revealed, or even the information that's been revealed that I'm not aware of, like where this is going to take us next. I'm kind of, to be honest, feeling a little stumped at the end of this chapter. I feel like there's just so many things in motion right now, and I understand it. Like, I'm just waiting for clarification, I guess, which is weird because, the beginning of this book wasn't actually the beginning of this book. You know what I mean? Like, chapter 5 to me is where this book started, right? That is the pivotal moment where Deadhouse Gates end, and now we're picking up where that left off. Chapters 1 through 4 are, to me, a little like a short story that just involve characters from both books.
Like an extended prologue almost.
Yeah, I guess you could say it like that, for sure. I mean, that's just how I see it in my head. So, and in typical fashion, usually when things start off, particularly with these books, you have a lot of setup, a lot of foreshadowing, and a lot of just a little bit all in all, like subversion. I'm just doing my due diligence and like making sure that like I understand what I can understand, because I know that it'll make sense later.
Hopefully.
But then we can just ask Damien.
Unless I don't know, which is also
Possibility. But
yeah, that's fairly common.
based on what I'm seeing here, I feel like that's a small probability.
I don't have any thoughts to add on top of anything you had, Justin. So, Damien, whatever you've got here, we can feed off that.
Something I wondered about that I don't have an answer for. This is another thing I'm just not sure about, but I wanted to mention it. Is it something to do with him no longer being able to access the properties of the vow or whatever? But Onrack says that he is no longer able to sense the presence of gates. I assume that's got something to do with the vow being severed after him being attacked, but it's not really explained.
That's what I would assume too, and maybe this has something to do with, your thought earlier about being able to sense the spirits inside of the stone is, they are connected to the earth in some way, shape, or form. And from what I understand, that's how they travel, right? Is they go into like millions of particles of dust or dirt and debris and travel the way that they need to travel. So maybe monuments, things that are built out of natural materials, arches, buildings, statues, what have you. Maybe he's just lost his connection to those things.
Maybe. Yeah. It just caught my attention because we get mentions of like how he has these extra sensory perceptions of things. And I assume that's somehow connected to him being a Talanomass. And, in the previous scenes, we saw how he was in tune with things, and now he's lost that. I didn't have too much else about this. I think the only other thing that stood out to me that you didn't already talk about, two things. One was real quick, the way that when Onrack is sensing something, it says he could feel the power of the ones on the other side of the gate, a power brutal and alien. the word choice there is interesting because based on what we know about the Andy and the Eater, the Leosin, it sort of raises the question of, are they aliens? Like if you think about it in this setting, would you consider them aliens?
To Onrack in
Yes.
this moment in time, for sure.
Like in the sense that they're not from the world. They're from another realm. Like to a certain point in the series, everything is presented as purely through a fantastical fantasy type lens. But at a certain point, I feel like you start to see a blurring there where you can almost say, well, doesn't it's kind of skirt the line between sci-fi and fantasy? And I feel like this is one of those moments where maybe we're getting a hint of that. And just the word alien by itself sort of has connotations.
I guess I could see that. But I mean, I would imagine to Onrack, I mean, he admits that he's heard of the Andy, but he's never met the Andy. So I would imagine that if he
Right.
ran across them too, but maybe that wouldn't be an alien because he's heard of them,
Well, I've heard of aliens too, but I've never met one, Justin. So,
dick.
not to shoot your shit down, but
It's all good. It's all good.
I got ET in the closet behind me.
My only other thought was I thought it was interesting that, for obvious reasons, I think, Trull declines the invitation to join the Leosins. He gets this opportunity, if you want to call it that, pretty shitty opportunity. They're like, hey, you want to be our servant? We'll take you along. And he denies that pretty quickly. He wants nothing to do with it. And, so we see him basically making a new enemy there. But I thought that was an important defining moment for Trull. Even though it's the obvious choice, why would he go with them? It's still
Right.
important that it's called out here because, he's just recently been freed from his chains on the wall. And now he's got a new friend in Onrack, even though their relationship is pretty weird still. Clearly they're willing to fight for each other at this point. And I just thought that was a pretty important moment for Trull. He turns down the offer from the Leosin and basically just flips them off on the way out, like not knowing, of course, that they're about to have to work with each other more to figure out whatever's going on.
Do you think that Trull is aware of the Leosins?
In what way?
Like, just, I mean, their family, essentially, potentially. In my mind, their family. So you'd think that, like, he would be aware of them. He may not have ever met them. And it goes back to the alien conversation where, like, to Onrack, yeah, probably an alien. But to Trull, I don't know. I kind of get this, like, this weird sense that he's indifferent. I've seen you before, or I've heard of you. You guys seem like are assholes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the only reason I wonder whether Trull has any knowledge of the Leosians is when they break the pattern, and so they open the gate. Neither one of them recognizes the Warren that they see in the gate.
Mm.
And I tend to think that if Trull had some knowledge of the Leosins, he would have recognized that. Based on the description of it, I'm pretty sure that that's their Warren.
But also, Onrack and Trull have been kind of like testing each other these last two sections. Do you think that maybe it was just I don't actually know because you don't know, but I don't want to give away that I know and you don't?
Maybe. And then maybe, to your point, maybe that gives Trull even more reason. If he really knew more about the Leosins, then he'd probably have more reasons not to go with them.
Maybe I'm just misremembering it from reading it, but I had a feeling it was more like they were almost telling him to come join, and he was like, "Nah, I'm good." Was it a more a question than I'm remembering?
I think they thought they could bully him into just going with them, but the fact that he's standing there with Onrack and the other Talanamas means that there's a chance that if they try to just take him, maybe they will get into a fight over it, and they clearly don't want to fight the Talanamas. That much is obvious when they immediately give up their claim to Onrack the second that the Talanamas start walking towards them. They're like, you know what, never mind, dude, you take him. That's fine.
Right.
We'll just leave.
So would that insinuate that the Leosins are aware of the Amass? No one is aware of them? Are they just
I think so. Because they seem to have some sense of at least a basic knowledge of what the Talanamas are. They know that they're not alive in the traditional sense.
Right. They bring up Osric, which is, the Lord, or, the son of Lord of Light, right? And in Gardens of the Moon, we get a conversation, I think, of Anamander Rake talking about Osric. And even in Memories of Ice, I think Lady Envy brings him up a few times. I mean, it kind of seems like at one point in time, they were at least, one, aware of each other, and two, that maybe things were okay between the two. Like, I'm assuming that similar to Rake, and that Osric was probably in or around the crippled gods chaining. And that seems to be where like things get pinpointed as like where things go astray. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I forget which time that it was when they mentioned it, but in one of the past times where Osric was mentioned in a previous book, there was the implication, like you said, that part of the reason that him and Rake are no longer on good terms is something to do with the chaining.
Yes.
That's definitely been implied. Based on what's been said and what's been brought up to this point, we can basically just get the basics out of it. We don't know everything, but like Rake and Osric used to adventure together. You know, they used to travel as companions. So there's a deep history there.
Maybe some sort of falling out.
I would imagine, yeah. Interesting. And so you've only read the main 10, you haven't read like the Carcanus.
I really want to, but at this point I'm committed to waiting for my friends to catch up with me.
Oh wow, that's dedication.
I read the 10 by myself, and I kept going, you know, man, I wish I had somebody to talk to about these. And then I was thinking about it. I was like, well, you know, I'll just rope my friends into it. I'll have them read them. Even though I've already read them, they'll do it fine. You know, and so I convinced them. But then I was like, you know, well, since I pulled them into this, you know, I shouldn't keep reading ahead of them. I should wait till they catch up to me. So now that's the plan. So I've doomed myself to wondering what's in the rest of those books until they catch up to me.
Damn. And where are they and where are you?
We recently wrapped up on Memories of Ice for our reading. I don't know if they've started House of Chains yet, but the plan is we were going to be starting to read it now. So
Gotcha.
that's where we're at.
Well, it's
I'm
not going to
pretty-
be long till you eclipse us then with your friends.
Probably.
We'll see. I mean, sometimes we get stuck because we're trying to do similar to what you guys are doing. We're trying to not read beyond a certain point till we talk about it or agree to keep reading. So that sometimes can slow us down a little bit.
Gotcha.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
That's fair. Do you tell your friends, like, do they listen to us too, or?
I don't know if I mentioned it specifically. I've tried to be kind of careful about what I recommend to them and what they get into because there's spoilers everywhere. I know you guys are pretty good about that, but I'm definitely going to tell them now. I'm going to have to share this episode once it comes out, obviously. Hopefully they'll be caught up to the point where we're talking about by then. If not, then they'll just have to wait a little longer.
It'll be a couple weeks before this comes out.
Yeah.
Anyways, but Justin, I was thinking about the Leosians. When they come through the gate, I think to me it feels odd how quickly they came through. Were they just hanging out waiting by it?
I'm assuming that they probably needed to guard it, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, but then they also state that they are looking for somebody. So why weren't they there before? I don't know. It's just like these weird like semantic things that I don't know how to make sense of because they kind of seem like they contradict each other. But I imagine that there's an answer. So I'm just gonna wait until I find out, you know?
Sure. Which is not easy to do all the time.
No. You know how many times like I'm just sitting at work and I'll just think about something to do with the series that I've read so far, you know, whether that's like the Teblar or the Toblakai or like a really cool visual that I got when I was reading, or I just these books implanted into my head. I can't stop thinking about them. To the point where like I try to read other stuff. I DNF'd Red Rising, couldn't finish it. I DNF'd the second book in the God Killer books, the Sunbringer or whatever. Couldn't do it. So, and now I'm gonna try Priory of the Orange Tree.
I guess I don't have the same problem.
I mean, I think robotics has thrown a big hamper in it this year. Because like I'm so much more busier than I remember being. So like when I get home, I'm ready for bed.
I found that when I first finished the series, when I wrapped up reading book 10 my first time, I had a good like 6 months, maybe even closer to a year, where I really struggled to get into other stuff too. So that's pretty common. Like, it's just when you're comparing something to Malazan, that's not a good comparison because it's so different.
Right.
You're not even necessarily better or worse than everything you'd compare it to, depending on what you're talking about. Although I think it's pretty close to the top, if not the best. But like, just it's different in the way it presents things. It talks about subjects differently. So it's hard to try to compare something else you're reading to this level of what you're reading.
Right. Yeah. I almost felt like when I was reading Red Rising that everything was just so like sophomoric comparatively. I'm like, I need more detail. What is this? Don't describe something in 2 words. Like, come on. And I know going into like these books that I shouldn't be comparing. And I don't try to. It's just I feel unsatisfied.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't have any thoughts. Can't really ask you, Damon, but do you have any thoughts on where we're going next, Derek?
Well, I know Damien kind of alluded that we're going to have another set of characters, so interested to see where, like, if it's Tavor, where we're going to lead to next with that.
I don't even know. I mean, I feel like the pattern has been Tavor, Whirlwind, Tavor, Cutter, Apslar, Whirlwind. So I would imagine since we've had chapter 8 was kind of going back to Lestara and Tavor, this chapter is Cutter and Kalam, that the next one will have something to do with, yeah. So you're probably right. Shaik.
We'll see. I'll read it tomorrow. My wife's going to a concert tomorrow night. I'll be home. I'll probably read.
I'm probably going to indulge. I don't have the kids tonight, so got my book right here. Oh yeah, I guess Damien, thanks for joining us on 5 hours of your time. So.
Oh yeah. No, thank you guys. I enjoyed this a lot. This was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Aside from the conversations I've had with my friends, I've never really had any in-depth conversation about the books. So this was cool to delve into stuff.
I don't know why we didn't have you on sooner. I feel like it's taken a long time for you to get on here.
From my end, mostly it's just I'm really busy sometimes of the year and not so busy other times. Winter is relatively low key for me, so this was a good time to do it. Although that doesn't mean I wouldn't do it other times of the year, but it's just life is more hectic
Sure.
during the warmer seasons for me.
Remind me, what is it that you do again?
Landscaping.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's, once the weather gets better, we're full steam ahead, and the rest of the year just is kind of a blur.
Sure. I can totally understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about what you said yesterday, how it's, you feel like you know us, but we don't know anything about you. And I can relate to that with some of the podcasts that I listen to. But today it kind of hit me like, Justin, we're on the other side of that. And it was kind of cool to like think on that. So I appreciate you saying that. Just, I haven't really had that realization that somebody else might feel that way.
Yeah.
So it was a neat feeling, like Justin and I are not some big like online personality or anything like that. Just a couple friends doing this and having another friend come on and do this. So it's very cool for us to do this with somebody else who has read it. You've read it all the way through, but you still enjoy it just as much. So thank you for taking the time to do it with us.
Yeah, definitely.
And thanks for being with us, as we go through our journey.
Yeah, no, it's something that's hard to replicate, impossible actually. The first time reading experience is great, and I think almost anybody who's read the whole series will tell you that one of the best things after that is to just go and listen to and watch other people who are reading it for the first time, because there's nothing like it. So that's what I've really enjoyed is, listening to you guys and hearing all your theories and conversations, just being pulled back into my own memories of what it was like to read the first time. Because you can't get that back again. You can't pick up the book and get that same experience. You get a different one, which is great in its own way. But, so that's part of why, I've been a huge fan.
Well, we really appreciate it. Again, it was one of those things where, like, I don't even remember. Derek was just like, you should start a Patreon. And I'm like, what's that? He had to, like, explain to me what it was. So, it's just, we're just 2 nerds reading a book for the first time.
Sums it up, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Simple.
All right, well, I'm gonna go read. Again, thank you for your time, Damien. It was nice to hang out with you and talk Malazan.
Absolutely.
Had a great time, and yeah, we'll definitely have to do it again sometime down the road here. Hopefully,
For sure.
it happens sooner than later, and hopefully your wife has a good time in listening to this. And even though, unless you've talked to her about the book, she's probably not going to have really much clue what's going on. But
I've tried to not say too much because I'm hoping eventually she'll pick one up herself, and the more I babble about it, the less likely that is. So
there's no way my wife will ever. She won't. This it's not her type of book, and she doesn't understand how I can talk about this for hours, with my friends. She's different in that way. She listens to some podcasts on like spirituality and stuff like that, but they're like 15 minutes, and that's about all she can handle. So, or wants to handle, rather, I should say. She just doesn't want something long and drawn out.
Fair enough.
Well, guys, it was a lot of fun, and yeah, I think I'm probably gonna go to bed. I'm not gonna be reading tonight, so
Well, good night, Derek.
good night, guys.
Right.
Bye,
See you,
Damien.
Damien. Thanks again.
You.
See you, Justin.
Bye.
DMJ's Epic Quest. DMJ's Epic Quest. DMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest.